Good evening. Going to call to order the April 15th, 2026 special meeting of the Palo Alto City Council. Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Burt? Here. Councilmember Liu?
Here.
Councilmember Lowing?
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Rectal?
Here.
Mayor Vinker?
Here.
For the record, all are present.
Thank you. So, welcome to our special meeting about the potential temporary closure of the Churchill Rail Crossing. We're having a second separate City Council meeting this week because the issue before us deserves special attention. It has garnered a lot of attention and deep concern in our community, and it has all of us striving and struggling to find the best answer, the best way to keep our students, our youth, and all of our residents safe. So, the entirety of tonight's meeting is devoted to this one action item. We will not have any of the other typical items found on a council agenda. This is a heavy topic. It is one that evokes different reactions from different people. It is one to which people bring different experiences that inform how they view the issue. That is why that it is important that we hear from all the different voices who care to speak. I want to thank the community for engaging with us in the listening session, by email, and again tonight, as we grapple with identifying the best steps forward for the city. After the most recent death by suicide at Churchill Crossing, your City Council responded quickly. I appointed a rail safety ad hoc consisting of Vice Mayor Stone, Councilmember Burt, and their chosen chair, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. They immediately jumped into action. When they brought their recommendation to hire 24/7 professional crossing guards at all 4 crossings in Palo Alto, Council acted swiftly to make it happen. I want to thank our partners at the school board for working with us to do that and for sharing in the cost. That ad hoc has continued to work very hard, and I really thank you all for the information and analysis included in tonight's packet. I also want to thank city staff. They too immediately jumped into action. They prioritized this above the full plates they already had on their desks. They worked across city departments. They did not do RFPs and hire consultants, they dug in themselves. This has been a tremendous effort that I believe included more than 25 staff members. And it was led by Alex Andrade, who came to our city only months before and has really done heroic action here. So I greatly appreciate the seriousness and the thoroughness with which staff has undertaken the analysis of this important issue. And you can see the fruits of that in the staff report tonight. I also want to thank the many residents who are in chambers tonight, and I suspect many more are on Zoom. We look forward to hearing from you. This is a three-part effort by council, staff, and community to discern the best path forward. We can't do this without you. So before we hear from the public, I will turn it over to staff and then to the ad hoc for their reports. So, Mr. City Manager, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Just like to briefly introduce our Assistant to the City Manager and Economic Development Manager, Alex Andrade. Appreciate, Mayor, your comments on his stepping up, as he really has, in leading our interdepartmental team effort to complete this expedited evaluation and bring this forward for you to this evening. So with that, Mr. Andrade.
Thank you. So I'm here presenting under the Assistant to the City Manager role. As the Mayor just indicated, this expedited evaluation of the temporary Churchill Avenue crossing closure has been a true cross-departmental collaboration. Over 8 city departments and approximately 25 staff members have been a part of this work effort. Tonight, representatives from the Office of Transportation, Fire, Police, and Public Works are here to answer any questions that you may have. In addition, representatives from Caltrain and Jed Foundation are also either here or on virtually. Next slide, please. The purpose of tonight's special City Council meeting is to discuss the emergency action related to staff's evaluation of the temporary rail crossing closure. Given the length of both the staff report and associated attachment A, this could be a much longer presentation, but the presentation tonight will be a brief 10 minutes to allow for the City Council to deliberate and, of course, to hear from the community. I will share key evaluation findings, proposed mitigation measures, breaking the suicide cluster, monitoring guards, information, evaluation elements, and temporary closure period should the City Council decide to proceed with a closure. Next slide, please. This expedited evaluation was undertaken as an emergency action with the goal of presenting its conclusions and community input on the topic to the City Council by mid-April. Specialists in suicide prevention have identified reducing access to lethal means as a primary way to reduce suicide attempts and deaths. Installation of physical barriers and structures are examples of lethal means reduction and can be effective at preventing suicides in publicly accessible areas. The Rail Safety Ad Hoc Committee was established to support immediate actions, including deployment of rail crossing monitoring staff, increased Jed Foundation engagement on suicide prevention, support for Caltrain's work on intrusion detection and barriers, and tonight's evaluation of the rail crossing closure. The City Council, or rather, the City staff has taken a high-touch approach to community engagement. On February 6th, Mayor Vinkers shared a City of Palo Alto statement calling for action and community support. On March 12th, the city conducted a public listening session to enable community members to provide input on the potential temporary closure. Approximately 85 community members attended in person, with over 250 people watching live and over 80 people viewing the YouTube recording afterwards. The City and Jed Foundation hosted interactive workshops on March 17th, 18th, and 19th to share information on mental health issues and suicide prevention. Aside from collaborating on these efforts, the communications team successfully developed various online updates across platforms like the city's website, LinkedIn, and Instagram. In the interest of time, please see page 12 of the staff report for additional stakeholder engagement details. Next slide, please. The proposed Churchill Avenue rail crossing closure is a direct response to a public health crisis. It is a recognized emergency strategy to prevent suicide contagion by restricting access to a known location of concern. A rail crossing closure would cause substantial disruption for all transportation modes. It would reroute over 8,000 daily vehicle trips and impact many Pali students who walk and bike to school. The resulting detours would increase travel times and shift traffic onto already congested travel paths. The fire department modeling indicates an average increase of roughly 15 seconds for first arriving units, which is considered operationally manageable. The police department has significant concerns that traffic congestion shifted to Embarcadero Road and Oregon Expressway could negatively impact their ability to reach Stanford Hospital and commercial centers nearby. The fire department also shares the sentiment as it may affect routing flexibility and contribute to delays from later arriving resources and ambulance response. A temporary crossing closure requires formal approval from the California Public Utilities Commission in coordination with Caltrain. And the CPUC and Federal Rail Administration have different definitions for temporary closure, which may create administrative complexities for future reopening of the Churchill Avenue crossing and perhaps delay permanent quiet zone implementation. Next slide, please. Mitigation measures include accelerating the Embarcadero Road Improvement Project focused on pedestrian and bicycle safety. I'll share a little bit more on this during the next steps slide. Also developing a detour plan for pedestrians and bicyclists, as well as a separate detour plan specifically for motorists. Accelerating the Churchill Avenue Enhanced Bikeway Project, communications and non-physical improvements, as well as accelerating or delaying the quiet zone implementation of Churchill Avenue. Disrupting the suicide cluster is associated with the track monitoring staff that has been in place since February 23rd at all rail crossings. The city first deployed contractors to monitor train crossings in late 2009 in response to a youth suicide cluster, which continued through 2018. It's important to note, records indicate that there were no fatalities at these sites where monitoring staff were present during that period between 2009 and 2018. And while the most recent fatalities occurred at Churchill Avenue, other fatalities occurred at other locations during the same period. Should a temporary rail crossing closure proceed, staff has identified measures to evaluate closure effectiveness on safety, traffic, and community impacts. I'll share a few examples of that. So fire and police response performance to calls on either side of the tracks before and during the closure, in addition to a baseline increase in response times and delays due to additional traffic at various intersections. Also, delays to pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists, as well as traffic congestion at key intersections will also be evaluated. And last but certainly not least, public feedback, of course, and effects on nearby residential and commercial areas. In terms of the closure period, the rail crossing closure period could range from 6 months to 12 months. A minimum 6-month period is recommended, which would allow traffic patterns to stabilize and be evaluated, while a longer period aligns with the 12-month postvention window after a youth suicide. Next slide, please. So we're moving into the decision support consideration slides. There are 2 slides here, and they're bifurcated between proceeding or not proceeding. This one, of course, in front of you is, if the City Council decides to proceed with a temporary closure, there are specific considerations to keep in mind. This consists of determining a closure duration timeframe with intermediate checks, expediting the pedestrian and bike improvements at Embarcadero Road between Alma Street and Emerson Avenue, prioritizing quiet zones at both Meadow and Charleston rail crossings, implementing detour plans for pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists. A temporary rail crossing closure, including reopening and maintenance, that would be ongoing maintenance, is estimated to cost $1.2 million. Aside from that, the Embarcadero Road Improvement Project will range between $1.5 to $2 million. Next slide, please. Should the City Council decide not to proceed with a temporary closure, staff proposes the following considerations: prioritizing the Churchill Avenue quiet zone, committing to ongoing track monitoring, expediting the Jed Foundation work, and supporting the continued intrusion prevention efforts. In terms of estimated costs, these efforts are not, at this point, included in the proposed capital improvement program, or the operating budget. If the city council is interested in advancing any of these priorities, staff will develop and present funding options to be considered, likely in May. Next slide, please. Next steps include a continuation of the city council meeting to May 11th for direction on how to proceed if tonight direction does not take place. Staff will continue to partner with the school district as well as Caltrain and the Jed Foundation. And then we would have to have a conversation on budget appropriation, which will depend on your decision. Construction can definitely move forward related to the Churchill-Castilleja intersection as part of the Churchill Enhanced Bikeway Project. And in terms of the Embarcadero Road Improvements Project, the street light poles can be procured to mitigate a long lead time and expedite delivery. However, if the city council would like to commence the Embarcadero Road Improvement Project now, rather than wait until the May 11th city council meeting, the city council will need to consider authorizing the city manager or their designee to negotiate and award a construction contract with a contractor selected by Public Works, which is basically an exemption of the formal solicitation. Next slide, and this is the last slide, which is the recommendation. Staff recommends that the city council receive the expedited evaluation of a temporary closure of the Churchill Avenue rail crossing and provide direction on next steps, as well as the Rail Safety Ad Hoc Committee recommends that after receiving the evaluation and input, the city council continue the item to a subsequent city council meeting to finalize direction, which appears to be May 11th. That concludes staff's presentation, and again, as a reminder, bless you, staff from various city departments are here, as well as Caltrain, and I believe Jed Foundation might be on virtually, and I believe the interim school district superintendent is here in public, so thank you.
Thank you. And before I turn to the ad hoc chair, I want to invite all of those intending to give public comment tonight to go ahead and turn your speaker card into the city clerk now so that she can manage that process and make sure we hear from everyone. When we get to that point, after the first speaker concludes, we will not be adding names to the list, so please help her out and submit yours now if you intend to speak. Thanks very much. With that, I will turn to Councilmember and Chair Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Excuse me. And thank you, Mr. Andrade, for stepping into a role without knowing that this would possibly be an item in terms of topic and content that would become your responsibility. I think you've done a wonderful job. I know I speak on behalf of my colleagues in offering gratitude to you and to the 25 staff members across 8 city departments who have scrambled these 60 days to really do their best work on behalf of our kids and our community. We all commend you and are grateful. At the outset, I need to correct something for the record. Many of you are aware we had a listening session on March 12th held at the school district boardroom. And at that listening session, when I gave a few opening remarks, I referred to the petition started by Pali student Julia Curtis, who is here tonight, which had garnered over 3,700 signatures. And I was praising her for her leadership as a young person caring about an issue. I erroneously stated that her petition called for closure of the Churchill crossing. This was an error on my part, in no way intended. Her petition actually called for reinstatement of in-person guards at the train crossings until a more permanent solution, such as grade separation, could be put into place. That petition had an impact. We entered into a year-long contract with a guard company in partnership with our colleagues at the school district. And I want to thank you again for your leadership, Ms. Curtis. Second, I will say, I'm not just the ad hoc chair here. I am a gun parent. And I think many of us know what we mean when we say that. And we can add to that, I'm a Pali parent. We know what that means when we say that in our community, going back now for some time. Our gun community has experienced the trauma of youth suicide. Our Pali community has as well, including most recently. For many, if not most of us, wherever we live in this great little city, our heart aches whenever we hear the train horn. Tonight, I urge us to keep centered on our obligation to our youth. Our children are precious and dear to us. We say this all the time, but let's lean into what we mean by that. They are precious and dear to us as humans, as individuals, as members of our families, as members of communities and our societies, and as the next link in the evolution of our human species. It may seem obvious to say, but I think it is poignant, so I will underscore it. Youth are meant to outlive parents, not the other way around.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask people to refrain from any audible reaction. I know it's unnatural, but that's just how we roll in this chamber, so thank you for respecting that.
Youth surviving to adulthood is how our DNA gets passed down. It's how we all got here. If a single young person feels a degree of helplessness and hopelessness that makes them contemplate ending their life by suicide, it's tragic. When a number of them feel this way, such that there are clusters of youth suicide time and time again, we have to accept that something bigger is happening and something bigger is wrong, requiring systemic, layered solutions, both upstream to address why any youth would ever feel so despondent, and downstream, including restricting access to lethal means so that we can prevent any further youth suicide from happening ever again. That is our aim, it is our goal as humans, as parents. Let us ensure that young people live, if at all possible. We know that when a person contemplates ending their life by suicide, it's important to restrict their access to lethal means. That's the piece of the picture we're addressing tonight. As we know, the Caltrain is a lethal means. We are looking at one Caltrain crossing tonight in Palo Alto, the Churchill crossing. We have 3 others. Regardless of what we ultimately decide is best concerning Churchill, either way, we need a comprehensive solution for lethal means restriction citywide. The staff report and their effort has been extremely thorough, and as I said, I commend them. Community input has been very robust. Enhanced collaboration with our colleagues at the school district has been beneficial, and we hope it will be ongoing. And we on the ad hoc, 3 members of this 7-member city council, have been hard at work alongside our city staff as well as staff from Caltrain and other consultants. We've been hard at work, working about every other week to put together a report, trying to help our colleagues and the community think about how to think about all of this. So now I'd like to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Burt, to speak about what's in our report. It is a presentation, a thorough presentation, as we think how to think about this decision-making process is complicated and complex, and we want to help as many people understand the complexity as is possible. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. And for the audience benefit, we had an extensive staff report, and then we also have what was the final document on the city's agenda, which is the supplemental report from the ad hoc committee. There were a number of copies on the way in, and just so that people can follow along and even subsequent to the meeting, be able to dive in more depth to what we attempted to lay out. So as we struggle with this issue as the Council Ad Hoc Committee, one of the things that we got ourselves to do is take a step back and say, let's make sure we're defining the goals, plural, that we're looking at trying to achieve, and then weigh the various alternatives in relation to achieving those goals. What are the benefits of each of the alternatives? What are the risks, including risks that may be transferred, and other trade-offs? And so that's what we've tried to lay out. As Councilmember Lithcott-Hames had noted, the choice isn't between the Churchill closure and no action, because already significant actions have happened. We have the 24/7 security guards at all 4 grade crossings. Historically, when guards and track watch have been present, we've had no suicides at that time, but it's important to know that no measure is fail-safe. We also really appreciate not only the collaboration from the school district on the funding of the 24/7 guards, but really over the last 2 months, a renewed collaboration between the city and the school district on the whole range of efforts related to youth mental health. We had already had a collaboration on the efforts of the Jed Foundation that are looking comprehensively at our existing community-wide programs, additional gaps, and providing a whole series of other services as experts supporting our city staff and the community, and PAUSD, who is working also collaboratively with us and the JED. And then lastly, we've had a series of measures that are improvements in the restrictions by Caltrain of high security fencing in much of the areas, of anti-intrusion and detection technologies. But once again, those improvements, which were identified in advance as important, are not fail-safe. And one issue that I want us to be thinking about, and was noted already, is that as we look at the prospective closure at Churchill, we will not be able to eliminate and close the other 3 crossings, nor provide severe protection at the train stations. And so that's going to be just a consideration we have to recognize, as historically, sadly, the overwhelming proportion of our teen track suicides and young adult suicides have been at Meadow and Charleston. So the goals that we set off to try to identify, first is to restrict access, and what would closure do to address that, which clearly the temporary closure would be a complete barrier. And the alternative approach is, as we noted, the 24/7 track guards. The second goal we've looked at is, as has been noted in the community, so soon after most recent suicides, the horn noise itself for students at school is a real reminder of what has occurred. That reminder may diminish some over time, but that's a slow process. So reducing the horn noise is a key issue. That was one that we historically hadn't really focused on. I'll note one clarification on the staff report is that if we went 12 months instead of 6 months, well, let me put it differently. If we take the generally referred to time frame of breaking a cluster of 1 year, and that's not a magical time frame, it's a reference period that experts provide as a good point of reference. The earliest that we would be able to have a temporary closure would be more than 6 months since the suicide in February. So that's over 6 months right there, and then 6 additional months would then be a year since the previous suicide. So the temporary closure or trial, which is a different purpose but similar outcome, would eliminate that horn noise for that period of time. That horn noise would then recommence once the trial is over, until we are able to achieve a quiet zone, which was already one of the efforts that we were doing in collaboration with Caltrain over the last more than a year. The Churchill closure, one of the earliest things that we looked at doing was accelerating that and expediting that any way we could, and staff has been able to reduce the time frame to potentially the end of 2027, which is an aggressive time frame. It requires the Federal Rail Authority and the California Public Utilities Commission and Caltrain to all buy in on the design and approve this. So it's a very complicated process. Unfortunately, our staff discovered that in the dealings that they're already doing with the Public Utilities Commission and the FRA, that the FRA has an issue with if it's a temporary or temporary closure, then they don't have a process to initiate a quiet zone. So it would potentially delay the permanent quiet zone implementation some time frame that we don't know. We would move aggressively to try to resolve that issue, but as of right now, it would take longer to get the permanent quiet zone, is our understanding, if we did the temporary closure. The third goal is a trial to gather data on a permanent closure. And that would be a similar time frame to the temporary one, but for a different goal. So two goals would be achieved by the same action. And on that subject, we have background. The XCAP committee, which was the community advisory committee with consultants who worked for several years to come up with the first set of proposals for grade separations at each of the crossings, well, the 3 crossings in the city. One of the alternatives that they looked at very seriously was closure at Churchill. And what they found was that first the consultants came up with a number of significant capital investment requirements that would need to be done to accommodate the 8,000 cars that would then no longer be able to travel in Churchill. And we don't know whether those projected mitigations are in fact what will be needed. And that's one of the things that the trial closure would help inform. But it gets more complicated than that because one, if we're going to invest $100 million or more in those mitigations, it needs to be based upon the future traffic volume, not just the current traffic volume. And we happen to be in a period where we're less traffic volume than we were pre-COVID and less than we're projecting in the future with all of the housing growth that we will be having. So we don't have a means to exactly project those impacts, but the trial would nevertheless would be informative. So the mitigations that they were looking at, that the consultants identified, were reconstructing and widening the northbound overpass of Alma crossing Embarcadero, a major project that is itself then a major disruption to traffic. So each of these things were anticipated that they would need to be done before you could do the Churchill closure. Because if you did them afterwards, you would have a terrible traffic impact. So you need to increase the capacity before you decrease the capacity at Churchill. Also a bike ped overcrossing over Embarcadero to eliminate the signal at Pali, a whole series of lesser items. But then the XCAP actually believed that additional things were needed. One is a bike and ped crossing either at Seal or Churchill itself, so that students are not being asked to go to the CalAV underpass, which is, as anyone who has taken it knows, it would not be constructed today. It's steeper and narrower than would be allowed today for underpasses, or up to the Embarcadero, or even up to the Homer underpass. So as we looked at, even on the temporary basis, what do we anticipate? And as staff mentioned, one of the most problematic areas today, if we close off bikes and peds from Churchill, is crossing on the north side of Embarcadero, from crossing Emerson from a cul-de-sac at Kingsley to just 100 feet or so to get across two intersections with cars that basically already run stop signs or don't even have that coming off of Embarcadero. It is one of the most hazardous locations in the city for biking and pedestrians today. We had already in our capital plan a plan to reduce those risks. It won't be able to eliminate them because it's inherently a hazardous location. And that's what we're talking about accelerating. A problem is that even with those improved safety measures, we're going to be asking a much higher volume of bikes and student bikes to cross at what is inherently a risky location. And it also happens to be the way that cars that are northbound on Alma, who want to go westbound, can no longer turn on Churchill. They'll go up, and today many do this, but it'll be an increase. They go up, cross the Embarcadero overpass, and turn right at the first street there, which is Lincoln, and then turn right at the first street that can then get them onto Embarcadero, which is Emerson. So it functions as a cloverleaf, and it would have a much higher volume of cars in that cloverleaf. Unfortunately, it puts those cars at the same location that we're going to be adding a whole bunch of bikes. So these kinds of trade-offs, they're not determinative in what we should do. But there are a lot of the things that a month or two ago, we had a much simpler view of what would be the implications of this than we do today. Similarly, on the north side of Embarcadero, so just for those who are concerned about student safety, the plan is that students from Pali, I said north side, I meant south side now, would exit, go under the underpass, and then they have to cross over kind of two on-ramps and on-ramps there, and that they would then ride on the sidewalk and either ride it up to Bryant, but more likely turn immediately the first opportunity on Emerson. They'd come off the sidewalk into the street at that location. Similarly, the hope was that the additional cars who would now be going in that direction would go all the way up to Waverly and turn right. More likely, I believe, so they also will turn right on Emerson. It's their first opportunity, and anyone can go watch current car patterns and see that that's what happens. So once again, we'd be converging additional cars and additional bikes at the same hazardous location. These are important trade-offs. Lastly, one of the things that staff mentioned is that on emergency vehicle access, we were able to project how much additional time today it will take an ambulance or a police car to go from what might have been their shortest route at Churchill to go to Oregon, Page Mill, or Embarcadero. But we don't have the projection tools to simulate the additional traffic congestion that will occur at those locations, which in all likelihood is a significantly greater delay than the distance. That's not, the distance moving is an issue, but it's secondary to the traffic delay. One of the things that we don't have in our report, but I was concerned about and researched is, so right now, our city ambulances to get to Stanford Hospital really kind of come from a number of directions in the city to get to the hospital. One of them is Embarcadero, but many others. But Embarcadero is the primary ambulance route for county ambulances that deliver patients to the ER at Stanford. So those of you who live near there we have a lot of ambulance sirens that aren't our own routinely throughout the day. So what's the impact of a delay of a patient who is in either cardiac arrest or a stroke? And the studies have shown that for each minute of delay for a cardiac arrest patient, the likelihood of mortality goes up 6 to 10%. So you can do your own math what 2 or 3 minutes of delay means. They don't have the data for stroke, but it is apparently comparable. And then morbidity, how well patients survive, is another complication in addition to the mortality. So as we look at all the factors, these are the things among those that we'll need to really look at, not only as a council, but as a community. And I wish it was simpler, and that the solutions were easy ones at first glance. Sometimes they appear that way, but that's what we wanted, why we wanted to have really this meeting, to be a deeper discussion for our colleagues and for the public, so that when we come back in several weeks, we'll all have been able to understand this better. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Stone, do you have anything as the third member of the ad hoc you'd like to add?
No, not at this time. I had the privilege of being able to dive into it deep in many ad hoc meetings and discuss it and get a lot of questions answered there. So I'd rather hear from the public and my colleagues' discussion before I can weigh in later in the night. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So now let's turn to public comment.
Mayor, actually, I'm sorry, before you do that, I
Yes.
did receive a message that our representatives from the Jed Foundation will only be with us until 7 p.m., which I know is very late notice, but just got that word. So as you are thinking about your next series of questions, wanted to note that.
Next series of questions. I was going to go to public comment, but that
Understand,
could take
but-
some time. So yeah, I think that would mean we probably wouldn't hear from them. Are there things we need to hear from them? I should ask the ad hoc.
Well, yes, I think so. No, you go ahead.
I was going to say the opposite. I was going to say they have a letter in the packet, and I'm not sure what additional information we were going to ask them to provide tonight. Did you have another idea?
Well, there's a lot of material for whoever is going to read all the material to read. But I think hearing from them about their understanding of the points that we have understood, which I'll just cite one or two that I hope they'll go into more
Why don't we
detail.
why don't we ask them if they'd like to comment? I'm happy to do that. If you, sounds like that's your recommendation.
Yeah, I was just going to frame
Okay,
that, but you
please.
go ahead.
Okay.
All right, let me ask City Clerk if you need to authorize Dr. Katie Hurley to speak. If not, Dr. Hurley, there you are. Thank you.
Welcome, Doctor. Please go ahead. The question is there anything that you would like to share while you're with us tonight that we should have in mind as we go forward with this discussion?
Sure, yes. I mean, a lot of what we put into our letter, as Councilmember Lithcott-Hames just said, is what has already come up in this discussion tonight. We do take into consideration the ongoing trauma of the students, of hearing the sounds, of crossing the same, place every single day, of just sort of that exposure that is impossible to mitigate when you have a rail system that runs through town. And so part of what we considered when thinking about this is just like, would that potential, whether it's temporary or permanent closure, give them a little bit of peace of mind? Would it also show them, that we are trying to help, that we're trying to make changes to their benefit and to help them recover is not exactly the right word, but grieve and work through what they've been through, because what they have been through is extraordinary. And also we've spoken with emergency responders, we've spoken with the PERT team, we've had a lot of conversations about not wanting to impact emergency response. We've talked a lot about the impact of having the guards there at the crossings, and that having human connection in those spaces can act as a helpful barrier. We call this friction. So having just human connection there can provide that. One of our recommendations is also to, even instead of using paid guards that are strangers, potentially partner with, police department or the PERT team in terms of having guards there who can get to know the students, who can become a community helper as they intend to be. So, we have had a lot of these discussions with different groups throughout the city over the past couple of weeks, but what we know in suicide prevention is that suicide is complex. It is multifactorial. There is no one single thing we can do that will erase it. And as was stated earlier, there are no fail safes. But what we can do is educate the community on lethal means and reducing access to lethal means. And while the losses at the trains are very public and very traumatizing, there are other lethal means that need to be discussed as well. It's not appropriate to discuss those details in a public setting. But, there are we've looked at the data in Palo Alto, and we know that there are other means that need to be discussed. And we will have a detailed report coming to you at the end of June, and that will discuss, talking about root causes, talking about lots of different community changes that we can make to kind of help these students, help these youth, so that they feel like they can help seek and they can get what they need to thrive in this community. And this is one potential mitigation strategy. We can't tell you that closing this will absolutely, zero down suicide, because as been mentioned, it's one crossing. But, I think what you're getting at in these discussions is sort of, objective data versus emotional data. And that emotional data is important. Does it help the community feel safer? If so, does a temporary closure make sense to test it and see, does that bring a feeling of safety to the community that they don't have right now? So that's kind of where we landed. I can't, we're not here to tell you what to do. What we can tell you is that we really think it's important to keep those guards, and to, the track watch teams are great because they are community members, so they can get to know the kids. The more they communicate with the kids, say hello, how's your, family, how's your dog, all that stuff. They build relationships so that they can start to see when there are signs of distress. As it was mentioned that we've done some of our trainings. We're going to continue to do trainings. We want to get as many community members in as possible so that we can, help people really be able to spot signs of distress in young people. Teenagers can hide it well, especially in high performing areas where they're really, working towards very specific goals, as many of your youth are. So, really focusing on getting as many folks in as possible to take those trainings so that we can help with the education piece. And that's an ongoing piece. There will be many more in the future. But it's really the reason Jed developed our comprehensive approach to suicide prevention, is because there's a lot of buckets involved in suicide prevention work, and we need to kind of tap on all of them. I hope that's helpful.
It is. Thank you. And we really appreciate our partnership with you and the resources you bring. And I just want to ask Council Members Berger, Lithcott, Hames, if there's anything else you'd like to elicit from the JED representative tonight.
I've got a couple questions.
Oh, but for her? Yeah. Oh, okay. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and hi, Dr. Hurley. Thank you for being here, all the work you're doing. At the end of the letter that you sent, it acknowledges that we're considering closing Churchill, and then states in response to that consideration, while these strategies may reduce incidents at specific sites, they are unlikely to address suicide by train across the broader peninsula, given the many accessible points along the rail corridor. I'm just kind of curious if you can expand on that. I don't know if you can, I know you won't be able to give us an answer with certainty, but does this mean that a specific student who is contemplating suicide and they are considering using Churchill for those lethal means, would they likely then be undeterred because they have access to so many other points along the rail corridor, or because the means has been restricted there, that they are then unlikely to move to another point of access. I wasn't quite sure what that sentence meant.
Well, of course, if it's fully closed and there is no access, then that restricts the means in that instance. We can't predict whether that student would use a different means. I'm being very careful about how I'm speaking because I'm very aware that there are a lot of people from the community in this room, and I, want to be cautious about how we talk about this. But, we can't, there's no guarantees. There are no guarantees. It closes off that one site. We would still continue to say you need guards at the other crossings. You need human connection at the other crossings. But also, as I mentioned earlier, we have to talk about the other ways to reduce access to lethal means in the community. And, when we looked at the data and we put this in the letter that, death at crossings is not in the top 3. So there are other things that we will highlight in our report, and we will start educating on regarding how to reduce access and what people need to know, whether they're parents or grandparents or teachers or whoever. We're going to get that information out, but we can't give you I can't say for sure what a student might do in that case. But if you close that crossing, they're not going to use that crossing because it's no longer possible. That's all I can say for certain.
Okay, understood. And then just one more question. You talked about the comprehensive community-wide evaluation coming out in a couple of months. Will that evaluation will that report involve evaluation of closing railroad crossings in more detail? Because I understand that this was kind of quickly added to your workload. So is that evaluation going to be taking place in a more kind of detailed, holistic, I guess, systems-wide type of evaluation?
Actually, we've already completed an environmental scan of the crossings in Palo Alto, not just Churchill. We did that in December when we visited. So yes, that report will have a section on the crossings. It will also, in addition to whether or not a closure, we would discuss the pros and cons and benefits, costs of a closure, but we would also talk about different measures that can be taken to make all of the closures safer.
Great, thank you. Look forward to reading the report. Thanks for being here.
Mm-hmm. All right, well. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought when I asked before you were, no, I'm happy if you have something for her, please, go ahead.
Thank you. So my question was a follow-up to one of the points you made toward the end, and it really comes from the first paragraph of your letter. It says, data from the Santa Clara Medical Examiner Coroner from 2018 to 2026 indicate that train-related deaths are not among the leading methods of suicide in the population. And you had just added to that they were not among the top 3. I was aware that we've had a background of less visible youth suicides in our community when we don't have the track clusters. But I was taken back. I had assumed that maybe half of our youth suicides, and I say that both our own students, and we've had a pattern of former students, that maybe close to half of them would be on the tracks. I'm really surprised to hear that it doesn't rank among the top 3 means. I don't know if there's anything more you wish to or can share on that, but it was surprising to me.
I understand that would be surprising, and to be honest, it was surprising to us as well when we started analyzing the data. We are cleaning up and analyzing that data to put in the report, and so I'm not going to say more about that at this time, but I will say that in a community of your size, comparable to other communities. Youth suicide across the country is an issue right now. And while the CDC released a report recently saying, hey, it came down a notch, and I suppose that's true, it came down like a tiny bit overall, but it actually increased in certain subpopulations of youth and young adults. So it's just something that communities are dealing with right now. And so those other means of loss are more comparable to what other cities of your size are dealing with. But again, when we release the report, we will have many more details for you all. But we want to make sure that the data has been evaluated, multiple times and correctly and double checked so that we're releasing the most accurate and up-to-date information for you all.
Thank you.
Yes.
Anything else for the doctor before she has to leave our meeting? Okay, well, thank you so much. We do appreciate your help and support on this.
Thank you for having me. Talk soon.
Okay. I want to turn to public comment, but I want to see if there's anything else. Okay. So it's really important that we hear from all of you tonight, and I understand that there's about 50 public commenters. And so, often when we have that many speakers, we limit speaking time to 1 minute in order to make sure we can hear everybody before people need to return home for various reasons. But in this instance, part of the reason we're here, honestly, is to hear from you more fully. So we're going to set it at 2 minutes tonight. If you can get your point across in less time, great, but we're here to listen. So I want to honor the gravity of the issue and the depth of concern that we have about it. I also want to encourage us all to give each other a little grace on this. As is our practice in this chamber, we don't allow audible responses to comments. And so what that means is we ask you not to applaud or cheer or comment or jeer or otherwise make noise in response to a speaker, because we want this environment to be as welcoming as possible of different points of view. And we do that on all of our meetings. I also know that it can be hard to find the right words on sensitive subjects like this. So I would ask speakers to try their best to use language that doesn't offend others. For example, saying death by suicide is generally preferred to saying commit suicide. There's more, but I really just ask you to be as sensitive as you can. That said, I ask for grace if someone says something that feels insensitive. They likely didn't appreciate that impact and may later regret their choice of words. Because it takes courage to speak up and share your thoughts, no matter what your point of view. And honestly, it also takes courage to sit on this dais and know that no matter what we do, we're not going to be able to make everybody happy. So let's all go into this with a sense of community and really focus on, I think Councilmember Lithcott-Hames had mentioned earlier, really focus on the health and safety of our students, our youth, and all of our residents. I think that will help, because it's clear to me that everybody cares about that. And how we achieve it is what we view differently. So we're eager to hear your thoughts on the how. At least that's what would be helpful to me, is to hear how you think we can, what impact you want and how we can best achieve that. So with that, now let's listen to each other. Madam Clerk, if you would organize us as we listen to the public commenters.
Of course. Before we begin, I did want to note we have one group of 6, and I wanted to check how much time you'd like to allot to them.
Let's give them 8 minutes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our first speaker will be Nadia N., followed by Mayor L.
Thank you. And I'll just tell you when to switch. Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nadia Naik, and I chaired the XCAP, which is the Expanded Community Advisory Panel on grade separations. I want to say at the start that I understand why people want something done right now. I've sat with this community through years of loss. Sorry, you can do the next slide. Thanks. I've sat with this community through years of loss, through 47 meetings and over 1,500 hours of trying to find the right answer. And what we found is that any closure of Churchill requires significant mitigations. The safety package the XCAP traffic consultant said was necessary cannot be built anywhere near in time for an emergency temporary closure. A temporary closure without mitigations doesn't make them safer. It moves the danger from one visible space where we are watching to many places across the city where we're not. Next slide. Here's why the grade crossing network matters. There's 7 crossings. When you close one, the traffic doesn't simply disappear. It moves to the other, already crowded roadways, increasing the risk. Without mitigations, the staff report points out longer and less direct routes will cause some families to switch to driving, introducing more novice drivers and therefore more risk on crowded roadways. They call this net negative for transportation safety overall. Our students who walk or bike to school or who ride in cars on already dangerous congested arterials, those are all our students. And a temporary closure without mitigations doesn't make them safer, it seriously endangers them. It moves the danger from one visible place where we're watching to many places across the city where we're not. Next slide, please. The consultants identified what it would take to reduce that risk. You can see it on the screen. There's 10 infrastructure improvements that catch the displaced traffic so it doesn't hurt someone someplace else. You can see that these are big projects. The staff has said that none of these are achievable for a temporary closure. That's the core problem. The temporary closure without the safety package doesn't protect the city. It performs protection at Churchill while quietly accepting a new unmitigated risk everywhere the traffic goes. That's not a trade that the community should accept. Next slide, please. The mitigation that matters the most for students if Churchill is closed is the required grade-separated bike and pedestrian crossing. Without it, the majority of our students, it's about 714, about 40% of Pali students, would get pushed onto routes already documented as unsafe. As was mentioned previously, the California Avenue Tunnel is too steep and too narrow to absorb the surge. And the staff report points out that Embarcadero is not on the safe routes to school list because it's missing the required safety mitigations. If we act on behalf of our students and then route them onto the roads the city has said are not safe for them, we have not protected them. We have moved them into harm's way. Next slide, please. The Almond Embarcadero slip ramps are known as dangerous points, and they have no plans. The mitigations proposed for the north side of Embarcadero that are needed today to make the route safer should be done, but they don't take into account how closing Churchill would route more cars exactly to the spot where we'd be routing the kids. A temporary closure would likely also delay Churchill Quiet Zone, and the students themselves have said that a quiet zone is critical to stopping the hourly re-traumatization caused by the train horns they hear from their classrooms during the school day. Next slide, please. With any closure, Embarcadero and Oregon Expressway, already under pressure, could absorb thousands of additional daily trips. Those are the corridors that police and fire and ambulances use to reach Stanford Hospital and the rest of the city. Reduced routing flexibility will lead to ambulance transport times becoming unpredictable. The community is asking, what's the cost of inaction? And that's an important question. It's measured in the possible recurrence of a tragic suicide. But the cost of action taken without the necessary safeguards is also real and may be greater. It is measured in response time, in bike accidents on congested streets, and the risk spreads across the neighborhoods. The risk doesn't disappear, it disperses. It gets less glaring and harder to prevent. Next slide, please. I want to acknowledge something before I close. The people calling for closure are making a safety argument, and it's the same one that we're all making. Every person in this room wants these kids protected. We're not divided on that. We're divided on whether closing Churchill without the required safety mitigations in place actually achieves it, or whether it simply moves the risk somewhere harder to see. You, City Council, are responsible for the safety and security of every constituent in this city, across every street, every corridor, every neighborhood that would absorb the consequences of this decision, with limited resources, a constrained budget, and dozens of competing needs. You have other actions you can take, and they're in the staff report. You can continue track watch. The record shows that it works. You can accelerate means restriction along the entire Caltrain right-of-way, extended high-security fencing, anti-trespass panels, intrusion detection. These reduce access not just at Churchill, but across every point across the corridor. We can fast-track the quiet zone. That can be addressable now without closing the crossing and without the cascading dysfunction a closure creates. Fully engage with JED's ongoing review. Their research-based suggestions for a comprehensive, equitable approach to mental health, lethal means counseling, school-based support, and community-wide culture change is better than one incomplete action in isolation. Please choose the path that protects our students at Churchill, along the whole corridor, and on every street where our kids and residents travel every day. A closure that cannot be safely mitigated does not get us there. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Mayor L, followed by Neva Y.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Mayor Lucas. We are in the middle of a crisis, and you can move me forward. What I think is the most painful thing right now is that I don't feel a lot of outrage about that crisis. I feel outrage about traffic, and that's a very painful thing to sit in here in this room. Forward me, please. Because there is something we can do. We know that the proximity of the Churchill tracks at Pali enables tragedy and creates repeated trauma. You have a chance to remove a lethal means of access. And there is an abundant amount of research that proves that if you stop somebody in that moment, that the chances of them going back immediately greatly diminishes. Move, please. And this isn't something that a few of us are asking for. It's a plea from the entire community to close these tracks and to do something concrete. Forward. You know, as elected officials, it is your responsibility, a safe and healthy community, and sometimes that requires hard and unpopular decisions. Again, I see that more people have been complaining about the traffic than were ever with any of us at Track Watch. I believe that you can work on logistics, you can work at traffic routing. There's so many things not covered in your report. Nobody talked about staggering school times. That could be greatly changed. Nobody talked about the actual times that the ambulances and people go. You're making decisions upon very small amounts of data. 50% of emergency room visits happen after 6 p.m. A lot of this flow isn't going to be a crisis moment. It is going to be, yes, distributed across, but there are plenty of times during the day that there is hardly any traffic and on Oregon and Embarcadero.
Your time is up, ma'am.
I'm sorry, the last person went like 3 minutes over, so if I could just finish quickly.
No, she was representing a group. The clerk just hadn't
Okay, I
announced that.
apologize. So I think I just want to say, and I apologize, that, you know, I lost my son, a gun student, to suicide, and he was in far greater pain than I am in, and you have the opportunity to save a life tonight. Please put that first.
Our next speaker will be Neva Y, followed by Karen H.
Is that Neva Yarkin? Yes. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Neva Yarkin, and I live on Churchill Avenue in the middle of the block, east of the train track crossing. This is what I experienced on February 3rd, 2026. I was walking toward my car on Emerson, 8:30 in the morning, when I saw the train stopped in the middle of the train crossing on Alma and Churchill. Upon returning from my exercise class, the train was still in the middle of the train crossing. Something was amiss. So I walked over to the intersection to find out what was happening. I asked the workers what was happening. They did not say anything. I surmised that there was an accident on the train tracks. Then I noticed workers with bags looking for debris. This was traumatizing for me to actually see the aftermath of the suicide. For my neighbors and myself who cross this intersection many times a day, it leaves a sorrowful impact which will be with us forever. I know this has been an unsafe intersection for many years. There have been numerous bike accidents, motorists, unsafe turns, overflow of students waiting at the train crossing, but now we are facing a suicide cluster. For me, the value of human life is more important than the convenience of saving 15 minutes or more of driving time to El Camino. The city of Palo Alto cannot delay anymore after 6 people are now on the 2025-26 suicide cluster. Please close Churchill. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Karen H., followed by Michael P.
Hi, I'm Karen Ambrose Hickey. I live on Newell Road. I oppose the closure due to the dangerous ripple effect. For 24 years, I've watched the bike and foot traffic to Walter Hayes, Green, and Pally. My kids were part of those bikers. When we moved there, we knew it was a busier street, but I love watching the kids. Now it's a different story. Our neighborhood is a cut-through and a shortcut for parents, commuters, and delivery trucks. Just getting here today, I couldn't get out. I got honked at. First, there were green kids going by. That's awesome. I love seeing them. Didn't like seeing the Audi honking at the kids and crowding them. Then as we waited at the light, engine 63 tried to get out for a traffic collision on 101. It honked, it honked, it honked. It sat there. Eventually, traffic moved and let it through. Embarcadero at that point was backed up to Cowper, and on most mornings, if I'm volunteering at Pally or at Stanford, it's backed up often back to Newell, and what I see is the Pally students jumping out of their cars at the underpass to get to class on time. So they're already in traffic. So the drivers race down our street around the kids, as I mentioned. My kids also went to Pally. They know the stress. They still talk about the stress. I think we all share the goal of preventing further tragedies and the emotional toll on our community. However, I'm concerned that closing the crossing is a reactionary measure that shifts the danger rather than eliminating it. There are other solutions in helping that. By forcing that heavy traffic onto Embarcadero and the side streets, we're introducing high-stress congestion into areas with more pedestrians and cyclists than ever, potentially trading one tragedy for another. I'm a cyclist. It is not safe out there anymore. We need a solution that addresses the mental health crisis without inadvertently increasing the likelihood of traffic fatalities on our city streets. I'm here for the long term and want us to look out for the broader community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael P., followed by Dave E.
Hello, Michael Price. I live in Southgate. With the implementation of TrackWatch, I think we have eliminated suicide risk for the moment. And this gives us an opportunity to put other factors into place which would protect people at all the crossings, not just at Churchill. But if we do close Churchill, we won't take TrackWatch away from the other intersections because we know that suicides have happened primarily in South Palo Alto. So TrackWatch is effective, we agree with that. Or what's good enough for South Palo Alto should be good enough for North Palo Alto. Closing Churchill without any essential mitigations, not even a bike and pedestrian tunnel, will threaten public safety by redirecting traffic onto Embarcadero and into neighborhood streets, mixing with students on bike and foot trying to get to Pally and other schools. We would be trading one problem for another, possibly much worse one. Those of us opposed to closure have been accused of valuing our convenience more than the lives of Pally students, and this is slander. I have no idea what the parents of Summer are feeling, but I do know what the students are experiencing. When I was a student, my best friend's 10-year-old brother killed himself. My friend and I found him in a tree. I know the pain, anguish, and trauma caused by witnessing a suicide, and I saw what his death did to his parents. Trying to claim the moral high ground in order to shame people who disagree with you should not be part of these discussions. Closing Churchill will do little or nothing to prevent suicides, but it will endanger the same students we're attempting to protect by closing Churchill. That would be irresponsible. Closure doesn't make any sense.
Our next speaker is Dave E., followed by Lisa N.
I thank you for listening to us, and I appreciate all the work that's being done and for the summary that Councilman Burt just put to us. I definitely want to ask you please not to close Churchill. And this isn't a question about convenience or a little bit of delay to go shopping. It's for safety measures and for putting other people and kids at risk. I just shudder to think about that 50 seconds, never mind what I think that it really is in the impacted times of when the traffic is impacted. But somebody with a heart attack, friends, family, neighbors. But let's talk about the kids, Castellea kids, Addison kids, maybe Duvenet kids. These are kids that during that time, and Pally kids, that during the time of when school is starting, all these kids are on the roads, and electric bikes and electric scooters and pedestrians sharing the same place. Somebody gets hurt, an ambulance can't bring them to a hospital. 60 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes for a life-threatening injury is not something that I want to put those kids up to. So please don't close Churchill. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa N., followed by Abby Y.
I'm Lisa Nissim. I live on Escobita, and I oppose closure. A student-led petition asked the City Council to post monitors at the rail tracks, and you responded immediately. Thank you for listening and taking quick action. Track monitors in Palo Alto are a proven way to mitigate suicide risk. We have not experienced a suicide when they are in place. Sadly, this is not the first suicide cluster in Palo Alto, meaning prevention of suicide in Palo Alto has been studied in detail. Neither the 2016 CDC report nor the 2026 Jed report recommended closing any train crossing in Palo Alto. In addition, as you've heard tonight, closing the Churchill crossing would be unsafe. The Rail Safety Committee and XCAP have detailed more than 19 mitigations that would be necessary to possibly afford a safe closure of the road. Closing Churchill would make the surrounding area unsafe for bikers, pedestrians, drivers, and ER patients being transported via ambulance to Stanford Hospital on a gridlocked Embarcadero Road. I urge you to step back and look at the facts. It will take courage not to be driven by the emotion of the moment, but by the safety of our town. It is important you make your decision based on facts and not close Churchill. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Abby B., followed by Penny E.
Hi, my name, is this the right thing? My name is Abby Bradsky. I know some of you and some of your children because I've taught them. I've been in Palo Alto since 1964, so I went to Pali. I think a lot of how I feel about not closing Churchill either has been said or is going to be said, and I've written to the council too. I want to read something that I said to my granddaughter tonight. She asked me where I was going, and I said where I was going. And I realized I've dealt with death with children quite a bit. I honestly don't know what to say about these discussions that are going on now. And if Churchill closes, because I live in Southgate, it will affect me greatly. I don't know what to say to the children. I think you need to get to work right away with a child psychologist and come out with a uniform message that can be given to parents and to teachers as to what to say. I think I have time to do this. In just a minute, as we were leaving the house, she sat down and said, "Can I write something I think you should say?" I said, "Sure." She just rattled it off. I think we shouldn't close Churchill because it would be impossible for us citizens to get home. I do understand it. She's 10 years old. I do understand it would make things safer for high school students, but it would make things harder. For example, people would get more tardies because they would have to go all the way around. Plus, this could just end up clogging a different intersection. If you didn't close it, it would also make it, if you did close it, it would also make it harder for Stanford students, teachers, and visitors because they would all be using El Camino. And the high school students usually do sports, and some of them don't even get home before dark. It would be easier and quicker for them to get home with Churchill open with no collisions. This is coming from a 10-year-old, so this affects all of us greatly. And I think that we definitely need to address the elementary school and middle school students and how this all
Your time
affects
is up,
them.
ma'am.
And make them feel more comfortable moving around town. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Penny E., followed by Mohammed H.
Good evening, I'm Penny Elson. I'm speaking as an individual, but I am a member of Payback who has not reviewed Churchill closure yet. And I'm also speaking as a former gun parent who during one of the suicide clusters was a Safe Routes to School leader citywide. So this is really a place where my heart goes out. Thank you for the 24/7 lethal means reduction intervention in the form of track watch. Disrupting, sorry, this is an emotional thing for me. Disrupting the cluster as it once did in South Palo Alto. Track watch coupled with strong mental health support, really important, and education for parents, students, and educators works. Let's use proven strategies. I support a quiet zone at Churchill to eliminate disturbing horn noise. I can understand how that feels to the students and teachers. These are all strategies that work. Rail crossing suicides are a citywide problem. Please expedite planning for citywide rail grade separation projects. Do not distract our city staff from their ongoing work on this important task. Safe Routes to School partners have worked for decades with the city to improve safety of routes that lean on the Churchill connection. Improvements were based on the assumption that an open Churchill would be part of the bike pedestrian network. New detours would force students to walk or bike longer distances, incenting mode shift to cars and putting greater numbers of inexperienced teen drivers on school routes during school commute times, creating new risk for all users, including elementary and middle school students.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mohammed H., followed by Omar H.
Good evening, everyone. Would it be possible to leave my cede my time to my son?
No.
You can give it to him. Did you sign up and he?
Yeah, he signed. He's supposed to speak after me.
You can't.
I cannot. Okay.
You can't add it together if that's what you're trying to do now.
I cannot.
Sorry. You cannot do that.
Okay, I'll speak then. So let me see. I don't think, for me personally, I don't think there can be any value placed on saving even one student life. So if Churchill closure can, even a temporary one, can save one student life, I think it's worth it. And the other thing is that we need to keep in mind that we had the XCAP committee, which spent hours and hours studying all these issues for many hours. I participated in many of these meetings, and they came to a conclusion 6-3 that the best option, given all these considerations, traffic and everything, is the best solution would be to close Churchill. And that was the conclusion that they came up. Even with some XCAP committee members coming into these meetings or starting this work with different opinion after they had the integrity in order to change their mind after the discussions, extensive discussions that they had. Furthermore, doing the pilot closure of Churchill can provide very valuable data to decide if a permanent closure of Churchill would be the best option for Palo Alto. So I urge you to do the right thing and to at least vote for this pilot project and gather the data that would allow us to make the right decision. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Omar H., followed by Debbie M.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Omar Hadidi, and I'm a pediatric trauma and orthopedic surgeon and my family home is on Churchill Avenue. I want to speak very plainly tonight because there are families in this room who have lost loved ones at this intersection. For them, this is not a planning debate. It is not a traffic study. It is not a question of convenience or commute times. It is a question of life and death. Some people in this chamber carry grief because of what has already happened here. They are living with empty chairs at the dinner table, unanswered phone calls, birthdays that will never be the same, and the permanent pain of knowing the person they love did not come home. And we are still here discussing whether keeping this through road open is worth it. It is not. No shortcut, no traffic pattern, no extra few minutes saved can ever be worth a human life. Not one, not a student, not a parent, not a neighbor, not anybody. As a trauma surgeon, I see the brutal reality of these moments after the fact. I see what violent impact does to the human body. I see shattered bones, catastrophic injuries, irreversible damage, but worse than that, I see the families. I see the shock on their faces when their world has been split into before and after. I see the grief that no operation can fix. And that is why I'm asking you tonight, how many more families need to sit in a room like this one? How many more people need to carry unbearable loss before this city decides that convenience is not more valuable than life? Because that is what this comes down to, convenience versus life and death. This intersection has already taken too much from us. The families here should not have to beg us to learn from their pain. The fact that they are in this room at all should be enough. Please do not force this community to endure another siren, another funeral, another mother or father or child whose life is gone because we hesitated. Close this through road. Do it because lives are worth more than convenience. Do it because these families have already paid too high a price. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Debbie M., followed by Margaret K.
Hi, my name is Debbie Makamal, and I'm the mother of a gun senior. Along with Rani Jayakumar and Linda Hennigan, I'm also one of the 3 moms who started Track Watch, the volunteer effort to have human watchers at the tracks in August of last year in response to the 3rd cluster of suicides in our community, a cluster that has hit our trans youth community particularly hard, with 5 deaths in less than 12 months. Research tells us that we need to address access to lethal means if we want to prevent suicide. As we all know in our community, the train is the loaded gun that goes off 104 times a day. Quite simply, we cannot wait another day to do something, to signal to our young people that we care about each of them. I am proud to share that since August, we've trained and organized over 100 community members to volunteer safely at the tracks and to interact with vulnerable people they encounter. We thank the city for their partnership and the Palo Alto Police Department for their coordination with us during the last 8 months. We're very grateful that the city and PAUSD have funded 24/7 paid and trained guards at the 4 rail crossings for the next year, so our Track Watch volunteers can transition to other ways to show care. Whatever decision you make on the Churchill crossing, I urge the City Council to be vigilant, constant, and comprehensive in restricting access to lethal means in our community. Please act positively and aggressively on each and every possible measure to remove the loaded gun in our community. Keep working to achieve grade separation at Churchill, Charleston, and Meadows so that pedestrians, bikers, and cars can move through our intersections safely. It is expensive and complicated, but we can't keep kicking the can down the road. Until full grade separation is realized, we will need 24/7 guards at the 4 crossings. Continue to invest in mental health, offer safe routes for bikes and pedestrians. Shame on us if we need to reorganize Track Watch a year or 2 from now because we experience a 4th suicide cluster. We know what needs to be done, so let's collectively move to do what it takes.
Our next speaker is Margaret K., followed by Carl D.
Thank you, City Council, for hearing us. And my name is Margaret Kim. I reside in Professorville. Just off of Embarcadero Road. I am in here to implore you not to close the Churchill crossing. Suicides on the train tracks are tragedy, and my heart goes out to those who have lost loved ones. Yes, I agree something concrete needs to be done right away. Something must be done, however, something has been done, and it is working. Crossing guards, Track Watch, physical barriers to access the tracks, detection and warning systems. In addition to Churchill, these are in In addition to Churchill, these are in place at Charleston and Meadows, where statistically there have been more suicides. Why not improve what is working and make them permanent? Why mask this as a temporary closure to see what happens? Studies have already been done, and the traffic that is diverted to, these studies do already exist from the XCAP exploration. We know that the additional 8,000 to 10,000 cars diverted to Embarcadero can only gain access by driving through residential streets, making them unsafe. I'm going to skip ahead. Keeping the crossing guards, building physical barriers to the tracks, improving detection and warning systems, having the quiet zone, build the sealed pedestrian and bicycle underpass. Refer to the data we already have from the Great Separation research. Those are things we can do now. They are concrete. Some of them have already been done. Some of them need to be made permanent. And I think closing Churchill will be premature and kind of a knee-jerk reaction. And we have measures in place that are working.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Carl D., followed by Barbara H.
Thank you for the time to speak. When I was 14, I was riding my bicycle home from the local library near my home. This is a true story. And after stopping at a red light, which had turned green, the car who came up beside me decided they were going to take a right turn. They must have been distracted and didn't see me. And they knocked into my bike and knocked me on the ground to the pavement. Fortunately, I wasn't hurt, so that went okay. However, I know a Bay Area rider here who was stopped at a similar stoplight here in the Bay Area on his bike, and he had a car with a distracted driver who didn't see him and didn't stop and didn't see the stoplight and plowed into him at full speed behind that stoplight, and he suffered permanent brain and body injuries. Why am I telling you these two stories? One was where luck was a bit more with one person, and luck was not much with the second person. It's about increased risk and the need for increased luck in the face of this increased risk, if you believe in luck at all. Churchill closure, whether temporary or permanent, is estimated to divert 8,000 to 10,000 additional automobiles into neighborhoods never designed to handle that amount or that type of traffic without the signage and the control of traffic, which would keep things safe. This closure issue is not about lost convenience. This will change. In fact, it will dramatically increase, the closure would drastically increase the physical risk to each man, woman, and child and pet walking or biking in our neighborhoods due to a drastic increase in distracted and impatient driver traffic. This meeting is about suicide by train events and how to stop them. Right now, we do have the single best proven way to reduce suicide by train events, which is the placing of guards at crossing. It's proven, it's effective, and it's being done right now, and it should continue. My arguments against closure of the railroad crossings is that closure is neither proven necessary nor is it proven sufficient, while the presence of crossing guards have been proven to very sufficient. I'm strongly against Churchill closure with all due respect to the families and the loved ones who are left behind here.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Barbara H., followed by Butch H.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Barbara Hazlett, a 45-year resident in Professorville on Emerson Street. I oppose the closure of Churchill Avenue due to significant safety concerns for the community. As has been well documented, the closure will result in rerouting thousands more cars a day onto Embarcadero. Both the Palo Alto Police and fire departments have expressed, quote unquote, significant concerns that this will impact their ability to reach incident locations. This is extremely harmful to all North Palo Alto residents, as delays in emergency response can make the difference between life and death. Also, frustrated drivers caught in gridlock will divert in speed through neighborhood streets, imperiling residents. I see this now every day. The city will face legal liability for a Churchill closure when injuries or death occur based on 3 important facts. 1, they will be rerouting a traffic count of thousands a day into a known hazardous corridor. 2, the risk is clearly foreseeable. And 3, they have failed to implement reasonable safety measures. Bottom line, you cannot eliminate a high-intensity thoroughfare and not expect harmful fallout. A sound approach to deterring future suicides has been implemented. The call for a Churchill closure, while emotionally understandable, is extremely harmful and therefore irrational. Thank you for understanding this critical public safety matter.
Our next speaker is Butch H., followed by Mark L.
I'll make this quick. I oppose Churchill Crossing, but I also want to thank Councilman Haynes for your walk back on the statements that you made at the last meeting, so I appreciate that. And Councilman Burt, thank you for bringing a little dose of reality to a very complex problem. I can't add any more to all the gracious comments that have been made tonight, so I won't. We can't close Churchill. It's going to cause so many more problems that you're just not even looking at. I invite the council to come with me on a tour. I invite the new police chief and the fire department to come take a look at what happens on Embarcadero in the morning. It is gridlock. And if you think that there's not going to be a difficult problem getting to people that in need, then you have another thing to come. Please come join me. It'd be a good tour. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark L., followed by Andy R.
Hi, I'm Mark Lawrence. I'm a resident of Midtown for the last 36 years and a resident of this area for the last 63 years. I want to thank Councilmember Burt and the folks who prepared the reports for carefully analyzing the impact of a potential closure. And I have to agree that a closure without the mitigating factors is more likely to cost lives than to save them. We're going to have some kid on a bicycle get run over while they're taking that circuitous route. And I wonder how the advocates of a closure will feel then. I put all this in a letter to the council last week. I did think of one other concern after spending all afternoon reading the reports today. It states that a closure would be exempt from CEQA. Now, I can't understand how a measure with such disruptive effect on traffic citywide and the resultant increase in air pollution, among other things, can possibly be exempt from CEQA. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andy R., followed by Carrie Y.
Thank you. I'm Andy Reed, and I align myself with the previous speakers opposing closing Churchill. I live between Embarcadero and Churchill, and Pali and the tracks, and Castellea. I'm just going to mention one small item, and that is an important one: the safety of kids walking, riding, scootering to school. I cross the tracks at Churchill and under Embarcadero many times a week on foot. Currently, Churchill, of course, carries the heavy load of student ped bikes, scooters, which would likely switch to Embarcadero, and also requires kids to cross 2 slip lanes on either side of Embarcadero to get to the underground tunnel sidewalk. The Embarcadero tunnel sidewalk is not built for the masses of students that I see crossing Churchill. Additionally, East and westbound Embarcadero car traffic already gets backed up on either side of the tunnel because parents are dropping kids off at Pali and at Castellea. Creating unsafe conditions by closing Churchill is not a solution. Please don't close Churchill. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carrie Y., followed by Bob S.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm here tonight to ask you to close Churchill immediately and save lives. I have a whole thing I was going to say all about the XCAP and how XCAP came out in 6-3, all this hundreds of hours, and came out for Churchill closure plus mitigations. And then in pages 58 through 62, they show the 7 intersections. They go through the analysis of the traffic and how it can be mitigated, and it goes through it very, very succinctly. However, I decided I'm here to remind you that this is the 3rd suicide cluster. I'm going to speak from my own experience here. The second one was 2014-15, where 4 students died by suicide on the tracks. My kids were in middle school then, and I had to decide whether they were going to go to Pali or go to independent schools or get out of the Palo Alto Unified School District. So I knew it was a death trap because we own a home on Churchill, and I was going to be back there, and I decided it's a death trap. I will never have my kids near that crossing. I knew it well. I've seen all the bikes. I used to count the bikes going across. I'd see the train track go down with kids were riding across to get across before the train before the train arm had gone down. I'd seen some of you or some of the other council members. I'd shown them what was going on. I caught them during accidents. You know, it's just full of so many near misses every single day. So I want to say I have children that have depression, ADHD, anxiety, suicide ideation, cutting, LGBTQ identity issues, which all came out in the open when they were about 9th grade, 8th and 9th grade. So I'm so glad that we were able to go to independent schools because I will not have them near that death trap. I do not ride my bike across there anymore. I feel that you need to do your job and close Churchill. Save lives.
Our next speaker is Bob S., followed by Marion K.
Good evening. My name is Bob Stellerman. I've lived in Palo Alto for 48 years, including 44 in Southgate. I'm also a former commissioner of the City of Palo Alto and the parent of 2 Pali students. I'm here to oppose the closing of the Churchill crossing for many of the reasons that have been already discussed. There's one idea that I haven't heard, but I just want to put this on the table. If the goal is to reduce lethal means to Palo Alto students, has anybody considered closing the southbound access to Churchill Avenue from Palo Alto High School so that students can't access Churchill at all? That would remove their ability to access the train station during school hours. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marion K., followed by Laura A.
Hi. My husband and I live in Southgate, and we have for the past 36 years. And one thing, Pat, that I was kind of surprised is you not including Southgate as a possible a problem for if you do close Churchill. Not only for us, it's not just the inconvenience, but for us to be able to exit our neighborhood if necessary, let alone emergency vehicles of some sort coming into our neighborhood. And I hope that that is included in your looking at all of the things that happen if we close Churchill. And I agree with what has all been said prior about reasons for not closing Churchill. Instead, what I would ask is that not only the city, but the Palo Alto Unified School District look into providing more support, more outreach, and to find these students who are feeling that suicide is the only answer. So the aforementioned reasons, we ask that the city keep Churchill Crossing open. Why not keep the crossing guards that are at the site now for the same amount of time, if not longer, that the city would temporarily close the crossing, because they seem to be working. Lastly, if the city sincerely is concerned about the safety of children, I would ask that instead you focus on immediately passing laws that prohibit children under the age of 16 from riding electrically enhanced bicycles, now known as motobikes. Over the age of 16, these students should have had their driver's license and be required to wear helmets. My husband and I, we live on Castalia Avenue, which is the bicycle crossing into Pali. My husband and I see many youngsters riding these, just one more second, riding these bikes to and from Pali every day, some going more than 30 to 40 miles an hour. The danger of injury or death.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Thank you. I'm going to need to ask you to finish your sentence, and thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura A., followed by Julia C.
Good evening. My name is Laura Anthony, and I'm the current PTA Council Chair for Safe Routes to School, but this evening I'm speaking as an individual. The tragic losses in our community are devastating, and I would love to close Churchill Alma as soon as possible. However, we can't do that until we have a safe alternative bike route for the hundreds of students who bike that route daily. Otherwise, many students who bike are likely to take the nearest available undercrossing, which is the south side of the Embarcadero underpass. As noted already this evening, that route is unsafe at best and would likely be extremely dangerous with the volume of cyclists and additional vehicular traffic we'd expect. It would need major improvements before Churchill could be considered for closure. As much as I would love to close Alma Churchill, forcing students into unsafe commutes can't be the answer. We'd just be trading one risk for another. The Alma Churchill intersection has been unsafe on many levels for many years. Unfortunately, it's also, as you know, extremely complicated to improve. Otherwise, our predecessors would have done so years ago. The existing rail grade separation plan for the intersection will be a tremendous and much needed solution, but it's over a decade away. We need better solutions in the near term. The staff report suggests accelerating several existing project plans as options to improve the situation, and I'd like to propose another. Please accelerate and prioritize the planned Seal Avenue to Pierce Park bike and pedestrian underpass portion of the Alma Churchill rail grade separation project. Creating a truly safe alternative bike and pedestrian route as soon as possible would open up possibilities for subsequently closing the Churchill crossing and upgrading it, or potentially closing it just for bikes and pedestrians, and allow students to commute to school in safety without crossing the tracks, and hopefully with joy again. Providing a safe alternative underpass as soon as possible, together with the other measures contemplated to prevent access to lethal means and establish a quiet zone, is one of the best ways we can honor the lives we've tragically lost. Please make accelerating the Seal Avenue bike underpass part of the near-term solution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julia C., followed by Steve C.
My name is Julia Curtis, and I petitioned for the crossing guards at Churchill and all the other crossings as well. For nearly 2 decades, PAUSD has faced the loss of over a dozen students to suicide. While the PAUSD wellness staff continues to progress mental health support, the other half of the equation, lethal means accessibility, is still in question. I am in support of closing the Churchill crossing. It is not a coincidence that PAUSD is the only school district in the state to have a train crossing bordering a school without grade separation, and simultaneously a suicide rate that has been 4 times the national average. It has been proved time and time again by the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, Stanford Medicine, and the CDC that eliminating lethal means is one of the most successful ways to save lives by creating a physical and time barrier between a person in crisis and a lethal method. It has also been proved by the same organizations that most often, when someone is stopped from harming themselves, they rarely try again or go to another lethal means. The security guards that I and others pushed for are effective but temporary. We have seen that after the contract ends, tragedy returns. We need something bigger. The detection systems and signs are clearly not enough. If anything else, please, I urge you to keep the guards for longer, as much time as possible. For students facing immense academic pressure or bullying of queer and neurodivergent peers, a minute-long walk should not be the difference between life and death. I recognize that closing this crossing will change many student commutes. However, our community is resilient. My classmates and I are willing to adapt, find alternate safe routes, carpool, and prioritize the lives of our peers over a few extra minutes of travel time. This closure is temporary and it won't affect traffic for more than a year or 6 months. I also urge the council to institute extra safety mitigations. Quickly, I believe we will accustom ourselves, and I stand with Pali students while I say this. Thoughts and prayers are not enough to keep students from dying. A physical barrier is. Please temporarily close the Churchill crossing until my neighbors don't jump at the sounds of train whistles and I don't dread the yearly death in my community and PAUSD students feel safe opening up about mental health. Please, I don't want my friends—
Your time is up, ma'am.
I know. Please, I just don't want my friends to take a graveyard to school anymore.
Our next speaker is Steve C., followed by Donna T.
My name is Steve Carlson, and I live in Southgate. I have volunteered my time on tracks at Meadow after a prior suicide. I care about this issue. My daughter, when she was at Pali, lost a friend on the tracks and led a mental health effort. However, I want to say that I really thank the council as well as the school district for implementing the track watch in support of the petition that was specifically to implement the track watchers. I don't support Churchill closure. There is no evidence to suggest that closing one intersection on a temporary basis, which is what's on the table for probably about 6 months, is more effective than the track watchers. In fact, we have quite a bit of evidence to show that the watchers have been extremely effective. Even if Churchill was closed, there would still be ways to get onto the tracks, including from Embarcadero, where there was a prior suicide as well. What we do know, we have lots of evidence to suggest that closing the tracks would, especially without mitigations, would have a lot of negative impacts and highly likely to decrease safety. And so please do not close Churchill temporarily. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Donna T., followed by John M.
Good evening, and thank you all for taking this issue so seriously. My name is Donna. I went to Pali. I'm now the mother of Pali students. In between, I became a psychiatrist, and I'm all too aware of what a sadder high school experience my children have than I did. I want to ask you to separate the traffic question from the moral one. Our young people express the distress of a community. They are the most vulnerable among us, and they feel what's wrong before the rest of us do. Something is very wrong here. We all feel it. I invite you to imagine the next death at those tracks. Then imagine walking back into this room, the shame we will feel at having failed our children again. This is a bit of a NIMBY issue. We support youth mental health, just not when it inconveniences us. And in so doing, we're kicking a grenade down the road. Let's also not underestimate the mental health damage of these deaths. First, families who have lost a child to suicide do not recover. They just don't. The loss is too big. Next, these are not isolated tragedies. They are chain reactions, and that's beyond the immediate cluster effects. As one of the strongest risk factors for suicide is having lost someone close that way. I've treated people who lost a sibling or a best friend to suicide decades ago, and they spend the rest of their lives every day considering it for themselves. Thank you for stationing guards. Guards are also a reminder of the tragedies. They keep the wounds open. It will not heal until there are physical barriers and we can place our gaze and our attention to other topics. Traffic deserves attention. Please address it. But this pattern of loss is a moral emergency. Please treat it like one. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John M., followed by Melinda M.
Hello, Council. Thank you so much for your hard work in this difficult time. I wanted to just acknowledge the grief and shock that we're sharing as we deal with this very difficult problem. I support option B, the immediate move towards instituting quiet zones, because it leads to citywide risk and reduction, not just in one place, and we don't shift risk from one place to another place. Is it possible that Caltrain would adjust its schedules? They're sending 1 million-pound trains, 80 miles an hour, many times a day, 100 times a day, down our streets, when a 5,000-pound car has to go 20 miles an hour in a school zone. So far, I feel like Caltrain has been silent about this. A silent partner, they've been responsive and reactive to these terrible situations in our city. But we haven't heard affirmatively from them how they're going to help us mitigate risk, because there's a tension between speeding trains frequently to make a schedule and often to make connectivity to build their business. And that tension, I don't see anywhere that that's really been addressed yet. I want to ask about that, if the city is in discussion with Caltrain about that, or whether Caltrain would make some public comment to help us understand what they might do, because we have the geography, but they got the machines. And so far, we're not controlling them. Thank you so much for your hard work, and I respect the difficulty of this for people on both sides of the issue who would like to close Churchill or who would like to look at other measures. I think all of you should be commended, and the community, for putting in track watch. That's really been helpful and very successful.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Melinda M., followed by Ron L.
I think you all know me as the advocate for quiet zones for a long time. This has been a public health crisis for the community, disrupting our sleep and affecting everyone, especially the Pali students. My son was a Pali student, rode his bike, rain or shine, to Pali across that crossing, and we've already heard the problems that need to happen to mitigate that crossing. He was riding from Midtown to Pali. I want to commend the ad hoc Rail Safety Committee for the report that they produced. It's very thorough, and option B makes the most sense to me. I encourage everyone who is either for or against closing Churchill to read that, and also to thoroughly review the 76-page document that's on the city agenda, because it explains why we can't rush into something like this. So my recommendation is option B, which is I'm actually in favor of closing the Churchill crossing, with the caveat that it is only closed during the time that the quad gates are installed, which will increase safety at that crossing, and that those crossings, that all of the crossings have quad gates installed, and that we expedite that, because that's the emergency, because I live between Churchill and Meadow and know firsthand about the suicides at those intersections. So I actually want to say, what is the responsibility of Caltrain to provide the safety measures when they're running?
Your time is up, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Our next speaker is Ron L., followed by Jim C.
My personal preference is what San Carlos did 15 years ago, which was to grade separate all of their streets that go underneath the tracks, all of them. They go up 15 feet on a berm, so the train is up higher, and then the streets just go down a little bit and underneath the tracks. So at that point, you don't have this suicide problem. And I don't know why Palo Alto has just been running in circles for the last 10 years. It's tough to watch. And I'm glad we got the track watch people there, because it's a busy intersection and it's important. And for the same reasons a lot of these people have said, I do not want the thing closed. And I'd like us to work on changing all 3 of these, or 4 of the streets underneath. And just to give you one other number, there's about 800 cars an hour, who run through, cross the Churchill tracks every day. And that 2/3 of those are expected to go to Embarcadero because it's 3 blocks away from Churchill. And then about 1/3 of them would go to Oregon because it's 9 blocks away. So if I have the 800 cars an hour, and I take 2/3 of it, it's about 600 cars an hour, and divide that by 60, then it's 10 cars a minute. So there's a car every 6 seconds that's got to be rerouted to to Embarcadero. And Embarcadero is already filled up. So every 6 seconds, we'd have another
Your time is
car
up, sir.
spinning around. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim C., followed by Mario M.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. And first, I want to commend you all for the time you're spending on this, and also to the staff. Thank you all very much. The track watch to me has been very helpful. I'm glad that you implemented that immediately. Let me say, I have been a resident of Southgate for the last 20-some years. I had 2 children that went through Pali. I oppose closing Churchill, and the reason I oppose that is I'm afraid there are unintended consequences that we really have difficulty measuring. Now, some of us here speaking have tried to address them, we've tried to forecast them, but in reality, you won't really know what's going to happen until you do make such a closure and then see the ramifications. So my biggest concern is unintended consequences. My second concern is the fact that the root cause of this is not the train, as I think my colleague Mike Price has shown. There's a root cause amongst the students here at Palo Alto, and I had 2 students who went through that school district. I would urge you to go back and look at the letter from my colleague Dave Schnedler, who moved his family off to St. Louis because the toxic nature of the Palo Alto School District. This is not a council problem, this is a PAUSD problem, but let's go to the root cause of why these students are even attempting or having the ideation of suicide. Again, thank you all for your efforts. I appreciate them. Look forward to a very long and successful outcome to this. Bye-bye.
Our next speaker is Mario M., followed by Kate M.
I'd like to talk about the accidents that's happened to other people there, and I would like the church to close down permanently. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Kate M., followed by Herb B.
Hello, my name is Kate McKenzie. I've been a resident of Southgate for 30 years and a PAUSD teacher for 23 years, including 17 years at Pali and 6 years at Gunn. Thus, I've been part of both a residential and a professional community that has experienced numerous suicides, more than I can now count. All of them have been heartbreaking and tear us apart. Yet, I beg you not to close Churchill Crossing. The majority of these suicides have not happened to Churchill, and it is not just about the 8,000 to 10,000 daily cars, but about the safety of so many other people, the people every day in emergency vehicles, those who need emergency vehicles, including Southgate residents. Additionally, there are pedestrians, bikers, and workers. So many daily lives will be affected in immeasurable ways, creating life and death situations. My experience at Pali is that when we really focused on mental health, we made a difference. Pali went for years without suicides, and Churchill remained open. Let's refocus on student mental health. Let's also continue with the crossing guards and looking at what other measures we can take. But please, I beg you, keep Churchill open.
Our next speaker is Herb B., followed by Susan N.
This is a typical situation for the council where something of the moment comes up and staff finds a way to spend lots of money on capital improvement programs and staff and the consultant says, well, if you paid us more, we can do more for you. When here we're discussing a problem of the moment, and this is not the largest group cohort of people who commit suicide on Caltrain tracks. I believe it's more in the 45 to 64 age group. And also in terms of the kinds of responses we've gotten, even from psychiatrists, are telling us we should deal with helping the effects, which is what it is, of the students responding to the environment they're in, rather than addressing the environment, which has been discussed already, which is might be the school system, but it's in general the environment in general, but that becomes tender because then said, well, maybe it's family as well. In 1967-68, when we had 55,000 population, plus the population of Stanford and Los Altos in the district, almost 16,000 students in the school system. Now we have 70,000 population in Palo Alto, and also Stanford population has grown, as is the part of Los Altos Hills, and we have less than 10,000. And we're focusing on what is the problem, what is the culture that is leading these students to feel the way they do, and instead of going back and finding out what that is, we're trying to deal with what those effects are. Closing Churchill would be a mistake in terms of the traffic pattern, and even the capital improvement program for making things wider will make things worse.
Your time is up, sir.
So good luck.
Our next speaker is Susan N., followed by Aman A.
Hi there. Susan Newman. I'm a resident of Southgate and a long-term follower of developments in grade separation in Palo Alto. In case I'm stopped before the end, I'll say up front, I oppose this closure of the Churchill-Alma intersection. I'm not going to spend time on the logistical or even the safety issues created by a precipitous closure, because these have been well covered already. I would simply agree that the worst risks of bodily injury and even death would fall on students going to and from Pali, and on people in danger from crime, a fire, a heart attack, a multi-level emergency. Kind of gave me chills when I read that. This is not just a matter of inconvenience. Then there's the question of whether it makes sense to close Churchill as a measure to prevent the development of a suicide cluster when, thanks to the council and the district, the security guards are in place. Just consider, we are trusting the guards to prevent the reappearance of a cluster at other crossings. Why do we not trust it at Churchill? I don't believe the outcome of closure will be different from the outcome of having the guards, perhaps augmented by volunteers from the community. Excuse me. All of these issues concern me, yet there is something that really worries me more. While closing Churchill is a dramatic gesture and may indeed communicate to some students that we as a community really care about them, that we'll do anything to avoid a repeat of what happened to Summer and Ash. But it may also distract us from the really important question. Why did two trans kids act so publicly during the day and in front of their classmates to allow themselves to be killed on the tracks? This to me is not just a mental health issue or a means issue, but a societal and crucially a community issue. It's hard not to connect their deaths to the toxic changes in our current national political
Your time is up.
Climate. How can we do it better here? Thanks.
Our next speaker is Aman A., followed by Jennifer D.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aman Ali, and I'm a sophomore at Palo Alto High School. When I heard about my classmates passing in February, I was filled with both heartache and frustration. The news was delivered in a way that felt routine, as if this was normal. Suicide is not normal. Suicide should not be normalized. No one, let alone a teenager, deserves to endure the pain and despair that so many young people in Palo Alto have faced. Each passing is not a statistic. It is a loss, the loss of a child, sibling, or friend. Council members, you have the authority and the responsibility to act. You have the power to prevent future tragedies and to finally put an end to Palo Alto's disturbing history. If the Churchill Crossing remains open, Palo Alto is choosing convenience over human life, and you have not fulfilled your duty to Palo Alto. If the crossing remains open, the cycle will continue, and students like me will continue to lose friends who should still be here today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer D., followed by Samir A.
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for taking the time you've taken to consider this. I am here because I don't usually come up with something to read off of, but a student from Pali reached out to me today and said they had planned to be here tonight, but they couldn't be, and they wanted to know if I could read their statement for them. So I'm reading a statement on their behalf. I'm sorry I can't be there tonight. I am a junior at Pali, the class that used to consist of Ash and Summer. As you all know, we lost them on the tracks that go right past the back of Pali. Our community is scarred. I'm told we've had waves of this tragedy since before I was alive. It's not getting better. Every day we are lucky to have engaging classes where we work and learn with peers, and every day that learning is interrupted with the piercing roar of the train going by, many times. Over and over, we go from engaging in the work of being 16 and doing school to being reminded that at any time we could lose another classmate, another person, another teen. We are reminded of our loss, and we are painfully aware that the threat is still there. Every day we cross the tracks at the very spot where we lost our classmates. We are reminded of it. It is crushing. There's obviously a lot of work to do, a lot for our parents to do, our admin to do, our city to do. Our city culture needs to fundamentally change. But one of those things is to close these damn tracks, to let us focus on our classwork again without hearing the horns and knowing that the risk is still right there. Please take this seriously. Please take our needs seriously. We need to know you are hearing us. Thank you.
So our two next speakers, Samir A. and Dylan Y., have both departed the meeting, so we can go ahead and move on to Eduardo L., followed by Rowena C.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for your time. We really appreciate all the deep thinking that you were making. I am for safely closing Churchill. Our 4 kids went to Pali, and they and their friends had to navigate the mess of the Churchill traffic. They saw so many close calls each day that endangered themselves and their friends. With 6 crossings after closing Churchill, Palo Alto would have the same number of residents per crossing as our 3 neighbors, Menlo, Redwood City, and Mountain View. We all have about 11,000 residents per crossing. There's been a lot of discussion about where cars and students are going to go. We have 4 options that they can use to get to Pali within a half a mile of the school. That is 2 minutes on a bike and 30 seconds on a car. Our neighbors are doing fine with their crossings and their 10,000 to 11,000 residents per crossing. They have no issues moving between their cities and schools. Pali is the only school in California with a street crossing a railroad track right next to it and used by 40% of its students. We owe it to them and all of us to remove this massive danger and work quickly to execute the mitigations outlined by the several $1 million that we spent on XCAP. I attended many of those meetings, and plus the work that Pat and others have done. Let's focus on making Pali and the students safer and to improve their mental health. A friend of mine lost their son at Churchill. And at Churchill, I saw a car be hit by a train that would have killed the occupants if it wasn't for a good Samaritan, a good person that helped them get out. Let's safely close Churchill and follow the recommendations by XCAP and others. We paid millions of dollars.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rowena C., followed by David E.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council, as well as community members that are gathered here. I'm Rowena. I'm a current Palo Alto School Board trustee and the current Vice President, but I speak here tonight as a private individual and the parent of a high school junior who crosses at the Churchill crossing on her bike every day. Words are obviously insufficient to express the devastation and heartbreak at the loss of her classmates Summer, Ash, and the other students that we have lost through suicide by train. And I've been very humbled by the parents, students, and teachers who've trusted me enough to share their grief in this time. At a recent school board meeting, our then PAUSD superintendent called for the temporary closure of the Churchill crossing with the support of all 5 board members, including myself. I'm immensely grateful for the fast action of both City Council and School Board on bringing back crossing guards. As Councilmember Burke pointed out, we have not lost a student to suicide by train while the crossing guards are in place. And at this juncture, it was obviously critical to take decisive and immediate action. So now we're looking at the next step, which would be to consider a more permanent deterrent to suicide. And I'm very grateful that we're able to have these discussions and to take what appears to be a more data-driven and evidence-based approach to consider the crossing closure. I believe this is an opportunity for City Council and School Board to combine their resources to come up with a comprehensive and effective response to tragedies in partnerships with organizations and mental health experts that we are already consulting with, that we can or are already consulting with, including but not limited to Jed, Project Safety Net, Stanford, and so on. I hope that we will continue to take the time and effort to consult with different stakeholders, both those who are professionals in the mental health space and also community members as you're doing so tonight. I have been hearing from many folks who have expressed an opposing viewpoint that the safety of all kids matter. And indeed, you're hearing some of those viewpoints tonight. I hear from many bike commuters.
Your time is up.
Oh, sorry. Anyway, I hope that the City Council and School District can continue to collaborate. Thank you. Sorry, I ran out of time.
Our next speaker is David E., followed by Mariah P. Okay, we're going to move on to Mariah P.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Maria. I'm actually on the Caltrain right now, but I'm a Palo Alto mom of 3 kids. And I wanted to propose an innovative solution that I've run by some of the council members already. As we know, Track Watch is working and crossing guards are serving their deterrent effect. But we also know that this solution is temporary and it makes the railroad crossing look like a danger zone and not something that we want to live with permanently. So the innovative solution I'd like to propose is a 24/7 coffee shop / convenience store stationed on the corner where the crossing guards currently sit, which would create a permanent positive presence and good community vibes. It would create a community hub that is not a checkpoint. In addition, it would be budget friendly because it would be self-sustaining and operated by nonprofit organizations coupled with private funding with minimal cost to the city. I believe that this would be consistent with Dr. Hurley's proposal from the Jed Foundation by building a community presence that people know. And it would change fundamentally and long-term the way that we perceive the intersection today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy M., followed by Fuad R.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, and thank you for taking the time to listen to the community's concerns about this issue. My name is Nancy Madison. I'm a resident of Southgate and have been for over 40 years. I'm here to raise concerns about the impact that closing Churchill would have on those of us who travel primarily on foot. If there is no way for bicyclists and pedestrians to cross at Churchill, all bicyclists and pedestrians who currently use that crossing will be diverted to the tunnel at Cal Ave or the Embarcadero underpass. At peak traffic times, that tunnel and underpass are already dangerous for pedestrians. Adding another 400 bicyclists a day, including e-bikes and e-scooters, to those two connectors would exponentially increase the danger for pedestrians. All Palo Alto residents, including seniors and those with disabilities, should not have to put their lives at risk to walk from one neighborhood to an adjacent neighborhood. Do not close the Churchill crossing. If you do, you'll be forcing pedestrians to use either the Cal Ave tunnel or the Embarcadero underpass, and thereby exposing them to dramatically increasing dangers. To date, you have reacted very responsibly and quickly to address the recent suicide tragedies. Please continue to do so and don't support a solution that might initially seem like a quick panacea, but is anything but. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker, Fuad R., has left the meeting, so we can go ahead and move on to Devin, followed by Michelle H.
Great. Hi, this is Devin. I experienced the teenage suicide of a very close friend. That was, of course, somewhere else and almost 35 years ago. And I also had children who attended Pali. I'm a resident of the community center, and our kids used the Embarcadero exit or an underpass to get to and from school on their bicycles. I want to say thank you very much for this nuanced and thorough conversation. The idea of kids from my neighborhood going through that Embarcadero underpass with increased traffic, both with bikes and cars, is kind of frightening. I have an emotional negative response to that. But it sounds like there are ways to take care of all of the Pali students and all of our students effectively without closing Churchill. And I would like to suggest that it not be closed. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle H., followed by Elizabeth A.
Hi, my name's Michelle. I'm the mother of 4 young adults who all attended Pali. It's sad to reflect that over the years, my hope for my own children in Palo Alto schools became less that they would thrive and more that they would survive. That's not an uncommon feeling. First, I will read from child adolescent psychiatrist Dr. Veronica Soleil's letter to council. She regrets she can't be here tonight. She's treating patients. Adolescents are particularly vulnerable. Adolescent suicide attempts are often impulsive, with studies showing that 24% of adolescents who survived near lethal suicide attempts reported less than 5 minutes elapsed between deciding to end their life and attempting suicide. This impulsivity makes access to highly lethal means particularly dangerous. Railway suicides have an extremely high case fatality rate, leaving no opportunity for regret or intervention once initiated. When lethal means are not immediately accessible during acute crisis periods, individuals often survive beyond the period of acute risk. Now back to my own words. We should continue to prioritise improving mental health services in our schools while recognising that PAUSD likely has the most comprehensive in-house mental health services of any district in our state, and working to address the toxic culture in our schools that leaves too many students experiencing depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation, feeling that they are not enough. But frankly, while necessary, addressing mental health services and culture are critical, these measures are not going to prevent the next death by suicide on the tracks. Delay after delay in moving ahead with grade separation has had devastating consequences for our community. We cannot turn back the clock, but we can act swiftly now to prevent further tragedy. Let's show our youth that we truly do care by prioritising their safety and close the tracks now. Thank you.
Our final speaker will be Elizabeth A. Elizabeth, you should now be able to unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Yes. Good evening, Council. My name is Elizabeth Alexis. For me, the main issue with closing Churchill is the safety of the students who would need to use less safe routes to school. We shouldn't trade one type of risk for another. Until we have an alternative crossing, it is difficult to see how we can close the crossing. What we can do, though, is work towards an expedited closing. One issue that I have is while consultants have provided an analysis of possible traffic impacts, my years of work with traffic models in Palo Alto is that they were actually not that good at forecasting impacts which are often different or less than anticipated. Traffic is complicated. Instead of leaving the status quo or having a complete closing, I would propose altering the closing to limit turns at Churchill in order to simulate a closing. I believe there are a couple of key mitigations which could allow this to be done. We would then see what the impacts actually are and be able to plan any additional needed mitigations or understand that this has a devastating impact on movement around the city. In the meantime, we should continue track watch and expedite quiet zones. What we can do to show the students how seriously we take this issue is to work together to get bike crossings at Seal and South Palo Alto done at a speed that will show what is at stake. At that point, a closing could be considered. And with that, this is so difficult, and I'm so appreciative of all the effort that everyone has put into to find some way forward. Thank you.
All right, that concludes public comment on item 1.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Clerk, for taking us through that, and thank you to everyone for the public comment that you gave. As I said at the beginning, it takes courage, and these have been some very, very thoughtful comments, and so I commend you and thank you for that. We have been going for 2.5 hours, and I think that in order for us to just have the most fruitful conversation possible, we should take a 10-minute break for our council members and then come back and start in afresh. So we will recess briefly. move back on to our discussion now, our council member discussion. Just so the public knows, we have created space in an agenda on May 11th to continue this discussion with the expectation that there's a lot to absorb here. We just heard from so many of you, thank you. We have a detailed staff report to digest and a very detailed ad hoc analysis to help us frame the issue and think about options. So we expect that we might not be able to synthesize all of that and reach some sort of decision tonight. So in that case, we have reserved space on May 11th at our regular Monday night council meeting on May 11th. Because it will be a continued item, we won't be taking public comment again, but all of you are obviously welcome to come back or watch online or whatever in the event that we don't get to a rapid decision tonight, which I think is unlikely. So that said, I would invite colleagues to ask questions about what they've heard, to maybe lift up what they might still need to know that might be helpful from staff or from the ad hoc who's had an opportunity to do a deeper dive. So 3 of us have had an opportunity to do a much deeper dive than the other 4 of us. So we're going to be learning. And then obviously if there are views you want to share, I'm not trying to squelch that at all. I'm just trying to acknowledge that I think the likelihood is that on this complex issue, we may want to start with some questions so we can all get up to speed and identify if there are particular things that it's not a lot of time, but perhaps we could get more answers to before we reconvene on this item. So with that, I will first call on Councilmember Rekdal.
This came up in public comment, but what about quiet zones? We're on a schedule. What's the current schedule to get quiet zones implemented?
Let me ask our Chief Transportation Official, Ria Hutabar-Lo, to provide that information.
Hello, Chief Transportation Official Ria Hutabar-Lo. I'm actually going to see if our Senior Transportation Engineer, Ripon Bhatia, can comment on this.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, let me perhaps lead it off by noting that our next step in the quiet zone implementation for the 3 crossings other than Alma Palo Alto Avenue, which is proceeding more quickly, is to secure City Council approval on the budget to move forward with the next phase of design. So subject to that, let's see if Mr. Bhatia is available.
Good evening, Councilmember Ripon Bhatia, Senior Engineer with the Office of Transportation. So we are proceeding forward with the quiet zone, and City Council has approved the concept designs. We will be planning on hiring the consultant to perform the design in the next fiscal year, followed by the construction as funding becomes available.
So when will the construction be completed?
So the design should be completed in 12 months, and we would also simultaneously procure the permits from the California Public Utilities Commission. And depending upon the funding availability in 27, 28, we should be ready for construction if the funding is available.
So you would start in 2028. When would we finish?
Oh, it's the construction for a quiet zone is not as involved as the grade separation, for example. So
we think then by middle of 28, end of 28. Do we have a guess?
So by comparison, for the Palo Alto Avenue construction, the construction itself is quite short, but then we need to go through the approval process. So, for example, in the case of Palo Alto Avenue, the construction was like a couple of months. We invited the CPUC to come and inspect, and they had a couple more items, and so then we kind of had to line up the contractors again. So it's kind of the review cycle that is the biggest uncertainty there.
Yeah, bingo. And so the next question is can we accelerate that? What can we do? Can we,
I think that there would be ways of accelerating it. CPUC has been involved in this process of like discussing this issue. So in terms of that back and forth, I think that some of that can be kind of smoothed out if we're involving them as we're constructing potentially.
I don't quite understand why it would take a year to design it. Wouldn't it be pretty simple? I would think that a designer could get that done in a few weeks.
Oh, I see. Ripon, did you want to comment on the design?
So the design reviews requires significant communications with Caltrain. It involves collaboration on the design on the signal side and the communications of the gate arm mechanisms, and also the improvements that are required that requires the approval from CPUC and FRA. So all that communications, as well as the approval design reviews at different levels of completion, requires like review period and submittal time, and certainly takes time. So we want to make sure that that is built into the schedule.
No, I understand doing anything with a railroad is painfully slow, but other people have had quiet zones. It's not like we're inventing this. And can we learn from what they did and just copy and paste? And the same type of analysis that CPUC had to do, they can redo that. I would think that there'd be such a learning curve that everyone would be up it by now.
I think unfortunately the design itself and the signaling coordination and communications with Caltrain does take time, and we are going to do all due diligence to expedite it and make it faster. We can reduce some of the submittal time, but it does require service agreements with Caltrain and the city, and approvals at both city rail committee and state and the council levels. So all those facilitation and logistics do have involved time.
Can we ask Caltrain about their experience and whether they have guidance for us?
Sure, Navi, would you like?
Good afternoon, good evening, council members. My name is Navi Dhaliwal, Caltrain's Government Community Affairs Manager on the Capital Infrastructure side of the house. My experience thus far is, as Ripon pointed out, because it requires a number of different stakeholders, including FRA, CPUC, local transportation. We've been working with the city quite frequently, as well as Caltrans, just depending on the impact. And because each crossing is different, there's no standard, hey, it takes X amount of time to introduce a quiet zone at a crossing. But what I can do is take back the feedback and some of what I've heard today to see, what are the opportunities and ways that we can partner more and coordinate more with city staff. I can't promise and commit to a timeline today because that is, I don't have my director of engineering on site, but I'm happy to bring that back as an update coordinated with staff.
I understand that every construction site and every crossing is different, but they have to be really similar to other crossings. It's not like they're that unique. I would think that you could really learn a lot what the other people have done.
Yeah, I think part of what we have established at Caltrain under the corridor crossing strategy is to have lessons learned and understanding of, what does it take to implement a number of these things, whether it's quiet zones or safety enhancements at crossings or grade separations. And so definitely appreciate that feedback, and we'll be sure to communicate that with my leadership and the other technical teams.
So do you know of other cities that have done quiet zones, and what's the fastest they ever got through?
I don't have that timeline, and I wouldn't want to share something that isn't, as sure as possible, but as I mentioned, I'm happy to share that with staff so that they can share that information with you all, or obviously forward any communication with you all directly.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Perhaps I can just add one more thing, which is the other thing that is sometimes the long pole in getting projects done is funding. So we're planning on funding the quiet zone work through Measure K. In terms of the temporary potential closure, we're not sure what that source of funding would be, and Measure K is it is a source that could potentially be used for the closure itself as well. So those could potentially be competing for the same funding. Just something to think about. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you. As it happens, I had two questions I want to put on the table. And the first one, was just asked by Councilor Rectal. As was responded to by Caltrain, you noted that each crossing is different, and that's the problem here. Our crossing is different than anything on the corridor, given the emergency that we have, given the track record, no pun intended, that we have, and the tragedy that we're trying to get around here. No other town and no other crossing on the entire corridor has the problem that we do. So there must be some appeal process in that regard to save lives that we can try to push to get these things moved along. And that's also what I want to say on the other question, because I'd like someone who's appropriate to explain to the public, of course to us, on why this horn blowing has to continue. I understand it's a policy and it's a safety policy and all that, but again, given the emergency situation that we have unique on the corridor, what's the appeal process to get someone to say, look, just for X amount of time, we don't want that trigger going off by Pally? I don't know who should respond, if it's the city manager or the transportation.
Well, I'll certainly give you a perspective, and again, it's not to defend the situation, but it is to acknowledge that from the railroad's perspective, and that includes Caltrain, Union Pacific to the extent that that applies, the California Public Utilities Commission and the Federal Railroad Administration, that they see the horns as a safety measure. And as such, a request to silence the horns would be seen as a detractor from safety, and as such would need to have some other mitigating measures, such as all of the physical improvements that would be put in place with the quiet zone. And so in the absence of all of those measures being put into place, I think it would be difficult, to say the least, to get their agreement to silence the horns.
It would be, but the appeal is, for example, could we have them silenced between 8 and 3 during the day? And you could match that up with when they have had more safety problems. And I don't know if this is possible, but we're trying to reach for every straw.
Yeah, I suspect it would be virtually impossible. And so again, we're all on the same side here, so I don't want to appear to be defending.
No, I know. I just wanted the public to hear why we can't act on that right away.
Yes, Councilmember Burt's pointed out it's a federal law, or at least a regulation at that level.
Councilmember Lowing, would it be helpful to hear from Caltrain? I don't know if they have any additional information on this.
If there is any, I don't know that there is, but.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor Viekner. I think what the city manager quoted is quite consistent with what Caltrain's viewpoint is. I think creating a quiet zone requires installing safety improvements to the railroad crossing that would provide the same level of protection as a train horn would. Otherwise, as well as meeting certain criteria and risk thresholds that are outlined by a number of different partners. So just to inform the public, we have to make sure that we're meeting the criteria of the Federal Railroad Administration train horn rule, the California Public Utilities Commission general orders, the United States Department of Transportation's American with Disability Act standards for transportation facilities, and the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices that's published by Caltrans. So as you can imagine, it's trying to make sure that we can really ensure that we are not just checking a box for safety, but we're ensuring that we're meeting the requirements that are meant to make sure that our communities are safer. So I really appreciate the question, and obviously happy to provide additional feedback and support.
Yeah, thanks. I think the public need to be informed, so thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is she done? Councilmember Lowing, is that all? Okay, Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So just to clarify on the last question, it's federal law to have the horn sounding, and not a deviation from that other than quiet zones. It's not just that the horns have to sound. The federal law is that they have to go for 15 to 20 seconds. They have to follow a long, short, long sequence. and it has to be 96 to 110 decibels. So this is not something we have latitude on. But the ability to expedite the quiet zone is something that I think we can continue to push on. Atherton, I think, was the first and maybe so far the only in the Caltrain line. I've met with the Atherton leaders who were deeply involved in that, and they explain what is really the legal process versus what is often the perceived process. And the approvals are on the front end. When we had at Palo Alto Avenue, agencies that had approved our design came back and had a couple of fairly minor changes, and they requested them, and we are obliging them, in part because we have to work with them again and seek their cooperation on the next ones. But legally, what they approve is what we are permitted to install. And a couple other things I just wanted to mention within our committee report and otherwise. One is an acknowledgement that Churchill today is an unsafe bike crossing with vehicles, even aside from the trains. The high volume of bikes coming counter-directional from vehicles in the afternoon is a high safety hazard. So what we're looking at is what would be the safety negative implications of closing Churchill compared to those that already exist at Churchill. I also want to acknowledge that Southgate neighborhood is something that is exceptional. They would be, to a great degree, cut off in the community as a result, and that affects our emergency services and a variety of other things, and I did want to acknowledge that. The XCAP report had said that the closure would be net negative safety overall. Now, that still enables us to look more deeply and see if we still agree with that conclusion, but that's a very fundamental consideration. I did want to bring up that several of the speakers asserted that other speakers had focused on the inconvenience of traffic movement as a reason for the consideration to not do the closure at Churchill. And no one at staff and the council members and none of the public said that except for a 10-year-old child who was quoted. So it's very important that we don't misrepresent other people's comments. We did, as a council, receive emails to that effect, and I want to acknowledge that. The other thing that I think we need to really be thinking through is that the permanent closure would cost, we don't know how much, but in all likelihood, with the bike underpass and the rebuild of the Alma overcrossing and the other measures, over $100 million. We have had to, and some members of the public have said, why aren't we just grade separating all the closures? For those who haven't been attending our rail meetings at the council and the committee, problem is that the costs of grade separations up and down the corridor and civil engineering jobs in general have gone through the roof in the last half dozen years. And the available funds in the last year or so, and looking forward, are less than what we had hoped. And the dollars that we primarily have are the $400 million or thereabout from the VTA Measure B for grade separations. And that is approximately the dollar amount needed for a single grade separation. So we had, as a council, been looking at focusing on one grade separation and thinking it may most likely be Meadow or Charleston, because all that distance south Palo Alto doesn't have a single grade separation. But that's undetermined. We would have to figure out where we would get the $100 million, but But then these measures would have to be designed and constructed. And at our ad hoc, I suggested that might be 5 to 10 years. The city manager thought that might even be on the low side. So I don't know, none of us yet know, but that's a framing of how long. So if we did the temporary closure, implemented it in August, ran it for 6 months, then we would have in the range of 5 to 10 years before we would have a permanent closure where horns would be returned until we had the quiet zones, but we would be relying hopefully on guards to bridge that gap of security. And I think one of the concerns in the community is that as of right now, the school district and the city have committed to 1 year of the 24/7 guards. And I think it will be helpful, even though we're not going to take action until our later meeting, if colleagues give an indication of whether we're interested in pursuing a continuation of the collaboration and a cost sharing with the school district to continue the guards, I think that would allay a lot of the concerns in the community, not all of them. And then just the last, we talked about this, but a lot of what it boils down to, and some of the speakers raised this issue, we have a feeling that because of the even more traumatic suicides at Churchill, every one of our children's deaths is traumatic, but the middle of the day in that adjacency heighten it even more. That we have a sense of, well, the solution should be just close Churchill and then that solves the problem, but it doesn't. If guards are not adequate, then they're not adequate at Meadow and Charleston, where the bulk of our suicides have occurred. If they are a very strong measure, not fail-safe, but neither is a closure, then that works well at all of those 4 crossings. So objectively, we kind of have to ask ourselves that question. If we don't think they're adequate, then they're not adequate at the other locations. If we do think they're a definition of adequate, something that's very strong in a protection, but not fail-safe, then they are that good at Churchill as well as the other locations. So those are things I wanted to put on the table for everyone to consider, as well as to acknowledge a lot of the comments. And I just want to appreciate that how thoughtful the commenters were and how valuable their input was.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to begin by just clarifying, for the sake of the Track Watch volunteer leadership who were here, there was a lot of cross-referencing of Track Watch as a term tonight. And people were praising Track Watch, rightly so, but they were praising the paid guards that we called Track Watch from some years ago, rightly so. In August, 3 women, Debbie Mukamel, who spoke, Rani Jayakumar, and Linda Hennigan, reformed that volunteer effort where regular folks got trained, about 100 folks got trained, and they called themselves Track Watch. And so that's the potential confusion and overlap. Both deserve praise, the paid guards do, and the people from our community who came out on a volunteer basis with vests and flashlights provided by the police department, and our emergency chief provided them. Anyway, everybody deserves praise for that. Just wanted to differentiate. We had paid guards called Track Watch and more recently volunteers. The thing is, those volunteers this time around, this fall, required, the organizers required the volunteers to take suicide prevention training called Be Sensitive, Be Brave. And because they did that, our ad hoc which was aware of that, was able to say to city staff, particularly the police chief, acting police chief at the time, would it be possible for the guards you hire to go through some kind of training? And it was originally, well, they're just security guard, not necessarily, but then you pressed it, and they ended up hiring a whole cadre of folks to just serve the Palo Alto detail and do the training. So, that was in part spurred by those women who founded the Track Watch volunteer program. I think for me, the transfer of risk, clearly there's risk associated with the potential for lethal means at Churchill and elsewhere. And if we close Churchill, are we transferring a risk, perhaps a greater risk, to these other intersections? So I want to focus in on that. I appreciate Councilmember Burt's question about more long-term funding of guards. And I had that as a question. How long can one council commit, for a city that we'd like to have these guards in place? I'm very interested in that question of how long could we fund it for? Could we commit to the community and seek that partnership going forward with the school district? I think people want that reassurance, and I would definitely be in favor of pursuing that line of inquiry. In terms of accelerating the quiet zones, if we could get Mr. Bhatia back. Ripon, you said in response to when could the quiet zones come, you talked about design, then you talked about construction, and you said 2027, 2028, which I think was implying that fiscal year 28 that actually begins in July or it's August of 27?
Correct.
The staff report said fall of 2027 for quiet zones. Presumably, we'd start to implement or start to construct, maybe completion by December is something I'd been hearing. I just think the community, we don't want any, false hope, but we do want to expedite and accelerate in a way that is feasible. So I just wanted to push back on that. I had not heard the word 2028 until you said it tonight, so that's what I'm concerned about.
So the construction will be led by Caltrain, because Caltrain constructs all the improvements within their right-of-way. We would completely design, seek approvals from CPUC and FRA, and with an agreement with Caltrain. And we are hoping that would take about 8 to 12 months, which is which will get to the Caltrain for procurement and construction. It is estimated that these improvements, specifically the equipment, also have lead times. So there could be some advanced, procurement that can be done by Caltrain, and we can look into those possibilities. But funding is also a area where we would need to make sure that we have funding available for these improvements that will be constructed following the design is complete.
Thank you, and I hope what you're hearing in my voice and in the voices of many people who spoke tonight is, including Councilmember Lowing, who spoke very eloquently about what makes this crossing different. Whatever we can do as a city staff, in partnership with Caltrain, to expedite this quiet zone at Churchill, it may turn out that guards plus expedited quiet zone gets the community to a place of greater safety and a sense of not being triggered far sooner. But if we can't accelerate to the degree we're hoping we can, maybe that begs for a different outcome. I'd like to ask a question. I know I'm over. Could I keep going with a few more questions? Okay. With regard to the mitigations necessary, if we do close, the notion that we might accelerate or get going on the Seal Tunnel, the bike ped tunnel at Seal to Castellea, or the original, I'm not even sure if we're talking about two potential tunnels or one. I know the one that we've recently said is preferred is Seal to Castellea. Is there any notion that, I would just love to know where we are in that. Have we budgeted that? Is there a CIP for it? Is there a time frame for it? People wanting to know how quickly we could get an underpass for bike peds to get kids to Pali.
Is this on? Oh, okay. So that's part of the grade separation project. Currently, we have direction to move towards the 15% design. It's actually And at the moment, it's also connected with the Churchill partial underpass for the vehicles. So if we were to detach that piece, potentially that's one way of accelerating, but we have to make sure that we're currently working with a grant that has them together. And so I think to get to 35%, we would continue that together, but potentially that piece could push forward after that, as long as it's still connected with Churchill.
So I'd certainly be interested in talking further about that. The pre-closure plan to make Embarcadero at Kingsley more safe, that is one of the mitigations we feel we ought to do something to it before any closure comes into effect. Can you just describe, or could city manager's nodding at me as well, could one of you describe, so the public understands what that increased safety at Kingsley Embarcadero would look like?
Yeah, so this is the Embarcadero Road Improvements Project. This is, it would be squaring up the corner of Emerson and Embarcadero and removing the slip lane so at the moment there's kind of a slip lane and then people come off Embarcadero.
Could you tell people what a slip lane is? I don't know what it is.
It looks like a pork chop. Some people call it a pork chop. And it allows people to kind of, so where there's a corner, it's kind of like it allows you to cut the corner and to move, to slip more easily onto the main street. And so it allows those movements to happen a bit more quickly than they normally would. And so removing a slip lane slows down those motorists as they're approaching that corner, and it forces them to kind of pay attention to where the pedestrians are. And the other thing that would be done as part of this, there's a rectangular rapid flashing beacon there at the moment. There's poor compliance, and part of that is this issue of the very large corner radius. And so the other part of the project is kind of making the motorists slow down so that they have to jog over into the on-ramp onto Alma Street. And so it's managing both of those locations, kind of that slip lane onto Alma and the slip lane off of Emerson. And that's on the north side. There's also similar improvements on the south side where it's Kingsley coming off Alma. And so it would be making similar improvements there. And also at the corner of Emerson on that south side as well. So I think this is like a bulb out at the corner as part of this, and improved higher visibility pedestrian crossing.
And council members, since we're on the topic of that mitigation measure, this is an element that time sensitivity is very high. Certainly if there's an interest in getting that project completed during the summer. Public Works staff have identified that because of long lead times and some of the equipment that's required for that, if the council were so inclined to authorize moving forward with that, we would recommend that you authorize me to have our staff negotiate and execute a construction contract on that immediately, even given that the deferral to May 11th would make it even more difficult for us to complete that project during the summer.
So I would be happy to support that. My last question is, the staff report indicates that the staff plan to still go ahead, even if the Churchill closure is what moves forward. The plan is still to do the Churchill Ave Enhanced Bikeway Project, which is improvements of the intersection of Churchill and Castellea. My question there is, if Churchill is closed, it will be a dead end coming off of El Camino and a route you can get to from the Southgate community. So the volume of traffic is going to be quite reduced because you can't go through anymore, and the speed will be quite reduced. So why would we continue to focus on improving that intersection if really the causes, the factors that make it less safe right now are going to be largely reduced?
So some of those causes are largely reduced. This is a location where there's been a number of students hit by motorists, and some of those motorists are coming to the school, and some of them are just going through. So those movements would be eliminated. But for the movements that are coming to the school, because we are closing Churchill, there'll be a larger volume of bicyclists and pedestrians that we want to go to alternative routes, including California Avenue. And so students coming from that south side would likely come through California Avenue, go down Park Boulevard and onto Castellea, and that is where they would be crossing Churchill. So for people who are accessing the school on Churchill, that's still a really important location where the two detours again meet on that side.
Thank you. The final thing I'll say is thank you for that, Ms. Law. I appreciate it. We have such optimism that the children are going to follow the routes we set out for them. And just your statement then about they're going to do this, they're going to do this, and we're going to find out what they're going to do when they do it. And same with thinking that they're going to go all the way up to Homer. I'm very, very skeptical about that. All right, that's it for me. Thank you. Sorry to go so long.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. Just as a preface, for me, I really think and want to think about this as a public health issue. And for how I make decisions, I just want to make sure I understand the data about what does overall reduction of harm look like. I totally understand the logic of a temporary closure and how there's a special urgency in this next year or so. But it's also clear from the public comments that we're coming from very different places, that many people believe it would be almost a virtual certainty that there would be or could be a suicide at Churchill if it is not shut down, but that the risk of delayed emergency response or traffic accidents for people diverted is relatively low. But on the other hand, there are also people maybe neighbors who have their own firsthand perspective that see a bike accident as inevitable if it is closed, and they see the crossing guard, or the security guards as sort of fulfilling a sufficient role. And so this makes it so difficult to make a sort of cogent and humane decision without being able to actually weigh, what has a 1% chance of happening versus what has a 10% or 100% chance of happening. So I know that we have some data and that the Jed Foundation is going to, is pulling data in June to help break down some of the overall picture of what suicide looks like in this community and what suicide looks like in different, past and present clusters. I don't think I have too many questions right now about the likelihood of suicide. I think unless there's anything else to add that's on the staff report, I think I need to do some of my own research and talk more with the community and understand some of the patterns. But what I do have questions about is our understanding of our security guards and whether it's really fair to say that when security guards are there are no suicides. I understand that there is some deterrent effect, but can we talk more to any evidence we have about the effectiveness of security guards? Do we have records of them finding people, yelling at people, restraining people, so concrete case studies, data, anything that can help me do this math?
Sure. Let me take a first cut at it and then ask our police chief to expand, or perhaps even our emergency services chief, Ken Duker, since he's been involved really for many, many years. I think it's important to note, and you may have picked up that in our staff report, we refer to the staff there as monitoring staff rather than as security guards. That reflects the primary function that they have served since the original contract to, one, be a presence that by their presence provides a deterrent, but also when actual incident were to occur or they were to observe something, that their primary function is to call it in and to request assistance both from the police department as well as to notify Caltrain. That intervention in a situation like that has not been a primary function. That said, you also, I'm sure, picked up in our staff report that by all indications of the information that we have, when our staffing, our monitoring staff have been present at a crossing, there had not been a suicide occurring at that location at that point in time. So that's the basis on which we have made that statement in our staff report. So with that, Chief, would you like to expand or redirect?
Good evening, Council. James Reifschneider. As the city manager just said, I think the best data we have, Council member, is the absence of any known suicides that have occurred at crossings that were staffed at that time. And what I mean by that is going back a number of years, the Track Watch program, when it has existed, has been in a has had a variety of iterations. At some points, we've had guards only at certain crossings. At some points, we've had guards only during certain hours of the day over a period of more than a decade, and various contractors and various iterations of the paid Track Watch program. Anecdotally, we're unaware of any suicides that have happened at a crossing at a time that a guard was staffed at that crossing.
Anecdotally, are we also aware of real interventions or their effectiveness to actually call in incidents or potential incidents that we're able to respond to and effectively address?
So I think I'm aware of instances, certainly, where over the years guards have called in individuals who were in the area of the tracks and caused concern for the guards, and police officers were able to come out and contact those individuals. In some cases, perhaps there was an indication of suicidal ideation. In some cases, not. We have some members of our community that are very interested in trains and will stay out there for long periods of time observing trains. And so that can be of concern, and our officers sometimes go out and simply flesh that out. I think reflective, though, of our expectations of the guards really is what the city manager said, which is that, and as the doctor from Jed indicated earlier, really the thought is that the presence of the guard fulfills maybe two things. One, just a visual deterrent because there is someone there watching, and secondly, their ability to provide real-time notification to our dispatch center and real-time notification to Caltrain's dispatch center so we can get trains slowed or stopped.
Okay. A slightly different track of questions, just for interest of time, I'll try to squeeze in one more. The staff report described how on a monthly basis there were 2 particularly high risk and 8 elevated risk cases in the Southgate neighborhood. And that's useful data to understand the potential scale and impact of a delay. Are basically all of those cases, those numbers, cases where an ambulance maybe would be needed, cases like a heart attack or things like that?
So that category would capture both a high-risk medical emergency to which our officers would respond. It might be helpful to frame that in the sense that most real medical emergencies are simultaneously dispatched to our police personnel in the field as well as to our fire department and paramedics so that we can get aid on scene as quickly as possible, whoever that is. And so in the case of a heart attack, a stroke, something like that, someone choking, that would qualify under this, and it would be the type of circumstance an officer would be dispatched to in the event they can get there more quickly than fire personnel. This category would also capture a criminal threat to public safety where we would not maybe necessarily be yet dispatching fire or paramedics for safety reasons. So someone with a gun, someone committing a stabbing, something like that.
So how could we understand the proportion of those 60 cases a month, or sorry, those 10 cases a month, and also the cases that might happen on the immediate other side of the Churchill of the tracks that are not technically in Southgate that would actually be impacted by some delay?
In all honesty, we've struggled with that, and part of that is simply that the fire department response model maybe better lends itself to that type of analysis because they're responding typically from a fixed point at one of their stations more often than not, whereas the police response model is very different in that it's difficult for us to map out or average out response times from point A to point B when we don't actually know in advance where either point A or point B will be. We don't know where the officer is responding from. With that, I can tell you, we did include in the staff report, the best stat we could pull to capture getting from one side to the other is that on an average, 7 times a day, our officers are making that crossing. Now, not all of those are in response to an emergency, but they are using that crossing regularly.
Okay, that's helpful. Well, it's helpful to, of course, understand the police model, which was described in the staff report. And so maybe I can make some priors on, if police are distributed throughout the city, some percentage of the time they'll need to cross there. Do we know about the fire response? Like the report referenced, I think, a 15-second theoretical delay, but it didn't really talk about what the actual delay might be based on where people would be dispatched from.
I'll defer to my colleague.
Good evening, Steve Lindsay, Fire Chief. In regards to the question with fire analysis, what we did is we took 5 years of what's called CAD data, so computer-aided dispatch data, which did a look back of 5 years of actual calls that happened both on the east and the west side of Churchill and with respect to Alma. And it basically redirected those calls based on the condition that crossing would be closed. And with that condition of that crossing being closed, it reassigned the units to those calls based on static locations of those fire stations. And so it looked at the 5 years of those calls, and then it was able to make that determination with a third-party vendor that we use to do a software analysis on the response. That does not take into account the traffic. That is strictly looking at the condition of changing maybe, let's say, Station 3 from Rinconada responding to an area where Station 6 may have been closer prior. And so on average in that area, it was about a 15-second.
Okay, that's actually really helpful color. So the 15 seconds is actually a floor, which could be a little or somewhat worse with traffic, but it is a very reliable sort of average floor of how much more delay there would be.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, those were great. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll have a couple questions as well for both of our chiefs. Some of it I had answered during the ad hoc. Some I'm hoping for a little more clarity, but I think your responses were really beneficial for me and my evolution on my view on this issue, and I think it'll be helpful for my colleagues as well to kind of get that additional color. So I'll go with you, Chief Lindsay, first. I know so just described the prediction of the 15-second increase. What happens though, because I understand what you just described as far as stationary units compared to PD, but what happens if a unit is already dispatched to another emergency, and have you been able to model out what likely impacts? Does that really kind of mess things up? Okay, can you describe that scenario that I'd imagine is fairly common?
So I'd let our operations chief, Chief McNally, come up and explain a little bit more on our analysis. But one thing as he's coming up I'd like to highlight is that we also identified that for our calls, this analysis was strictly on what's called a first due. So that's the initial unit arriving on scene. That being said, we usually have a second due unit, such as an ambulance, or in the case of a CPR call, an additional fire engine, as well as the ambulance to come support. And so there could be incremental delays based on that as well. That was not part of that 15-second analysis. Chief McNally.
Thank you, Chief McNally, Operations for Palo Alto Fire. So as Chief mentioned, it models first due, but it takes those calls as they came in real time for those. It was 2018 to 2025 data. So if you dispatch one call and it pulls a rig away, it then finds the next closest rig for the next call. So it models in that second due nature, third due nature, depending on the movements that have already happened.
Okay, so with all of those kind of contingencies, it's 15 seconds.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, based on the historical data and based on the current traffic patterns. But understand that Station 6 at Stanford and Station 3 at Rinconada are fairly equidistant to that neighborhood. So there's not a huge disparity in times from one side or the other. What happens, the times come for when that engine 3 is gone and 6 has to respond deeper, or 3 has to respond deeper into 6's district.
And based on current data and traffic patterns, so that doesn't take into consideration overflow of the 8,000 plus vehicles that are now going to be rerouted between Oregon and Embarcadero.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 15 seconds it's the 15-second base without considering that traffic impact.
Correct.
Okay, and then, so that seems significant. A question that I know Chief Reifschneider discussed during the ad hoc, which was really helpful, is so when we have traffic backed up at Embarcadero and Oregon through the underpasses there, can you kind of describe what happens when an emergency vehicle kind of reaches that? I think some people kind of believe, oh, you just go into the oncoming traffic lane and it's okay. Can you kind of describe what is a unit going to do in that scenario when there's a traffic jam? Are they able to do that? Are they not?
We can, and we will often do that when it's available. So if you're talking an underpass, generally those are bifurcated lanes going east, west, north, south. So we can't, but obviously sirens tend to get people to move over. That can be a slow process. So if we know that there's routing issues, we will go around those. So you'll see us in the city streets making kind of our way through just to find a way to the call. But oncoming traffic is an option when we need it.
Okay, thank you.
Safety.
I think just in layperson's terms, Councilmember, as you made the point, and perhaps it could get lost, the fact that there are medians, concrete medians on both Embarcadero as well as Oregon Expressway would make going in the wrong direction of traffic problematic for both police and fire.
Correct. Yeah, okay. So imagine it's not a simple, we just go around the traffic. There
Correct.
are real considerations there.
Exactly.
Okay, appreciate that. And so for the police perspective, can you kind of, so I know the staff report mentioned, and you talked about only use Churchill 7 times a day, but we know there's going to be significant traffic impacts on Oregon and Embarcadero. Can you talk about the impact, how that works in real time?
Right, so by volume, certainly there are fewer calls for service that require my officers to use Churchill on a daily basis than require them to use Embarcadero or Oregon. So by order of magnitude, my concern would be more about the congestion on Oregon and Embarcadero that would be caused by the displaced traffic from Churchill, because Oregon and Embarcadero are primary routes for accessing a variety of places in town, to include the mall, to include the hospital, to include Town and Country, the business, Stanford Business Park, or even Foothills Park for that matter. And to the point you raised about the difficulty of simply driving around traffic, Embarcadero and Oregon both are challenging, particularly because of both the concrete divide in the center extending all the way west or east of the crossing for quite some time. So if an officer is going to opt to drive on the wrong side of the road, they have to make that choice quite a ways in advance of the crossing. The sight lines of going underneath, if you can picture having driven either one of those underpasses yourself, I don't know how safe you would feel driving the wrong way going into that underpass, but the officers, while they're easier and louder, it's still a dangerous maneuver. One last thing I'll add too is that both Embarcadero and Oregon Expressway lack shoulders. So there's really no way for vehicles to pull over to the side quickly to allow for officers to pass by, or for officers to use a shoulder to quickly pass by.
Thank you. Yeah, that answer was very helpful in the ad hoc, so I appreciate you sharing that here as well. Then I just got 2 more questions. Should I ask? Okay. One, I think a quick, easy one. I know, so over 700 Pali students bike every day. Do we know about what percentage use the Churchill crossing? 39%? 39%. Perfect. Yes, thank you, very specific, that's good. Thank you. And then I've heard mention of the possibility from some in the community of installing a temporary bicycle and pedestrian crossing at Seal Avenue. Some have mentioned using a hydraulic box jacking method. Can you speak to the practicality of that approach?
Yes, I think in general that would not be practical in the near term. It would be a significant construction project, and the preliminary work that our transportation staff has done, and Director Lowe may want to expand on this. It's already been identified that Seal has a number of utilities that would need to be relocated in order to do the tunnel. And as such, there is time and as well as potentially property easements that will be required before construction could occur.
So the only thing I would just add to that, and that's all correct, is that it's really a multi-year project.
I need to clarify, I misspoke. I shouldn't have jumped in, so now I got to jump in to say the 39%, 714 is 39% of the Pali student body. It does not answer the question what percentage of those 714 are using Churchill. My mistake.
Thanks for that clarification. So do we know what percentage of the 714 are using Churchill?
I'm not sure. I'm wondering if our transportation manager, the planning manager, Sylvia Starlack might know. Sylvia, are you able to join? Oh, she said she doesn't know.
Yeah, well, if we could follow up at some point, that'd be helpful.
We can have a look into it.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a turn here. I just wanted to clarify some of the colloquy that was going on earlier. I'm not sure if I grasped one piece of it. So I appreciated the conversation that both of my colleagues on either side had about the 15-second responding time in the area on either side of Alma around Churchill. But the, and I appreciate the ambulance route not wanting to cross the physical median on Embarcadero, Oregon. But what I wasn't clear on is those ambulance transport. So the 15 seconds, I believe, is that, first on the scene, average increase. But the ambulance transport routes, that's after one leaves the scene, I think. And I'm wondering what kind of additional time, if any, there is associated with those.
Thank you. I think that question is for the fire department and also EMS Director Jim Duran. I'll invite him up to come speak to it. When it comes to ambulance transport time to the hospital, there's a lot of different things that weigh into factor. Not only the patient condition, but also how long we stay on scene to stabilize a patient. A patient that's in critical condition, we will typically stay on scene longer depending on the type of emergency that's happening, with the exception of certain things, and time is tissue, but also it's time to reperfusion. There are cases, though, where traumatic injuries need to get to trauma surgeons much quicker. And so there's a lot of different factors. We have a book of protocols, essentially, which are orders under a physician that we work under to make those determinations to stabilize a patient on the scene versus rush them to the hospital. And sometimes we stay on the scene longer with a critical patient and then rush them to the hospital. But also, as well as getting them to the hospital efficiently, is calling the right staff at the hospital to make sure that we have cardiologists aware of what's going on, and also, if it is a traumatic call, that we have trauma surgeons that are on alert, and that we're taking them to the right facility that has the capabilities to give the patients the care that they need. And so within our Bay Area, there are certain facilities that are approved for stroke, that are approved for trauma, that are approved for cardiac. Fortunately for us, we have Stanford Hospital, which does all the above. But when it comes to actual transport times and stabilization, if you have any more questions, I could invite Jim Duran up here to speak.
Sure, I'd love to hear a little more. It sounds like it's a multivariate analysis, but so you might stabilize a patient to the point that a few seconds or moments might not be a big deal, but in some instances it sounds like it still might, and so I am curious if there's any impact in that instance.
Yeah, Jim, you want to speak a little bit more on different types of calls where that could be an impact?
Give it a try. Director Duran, The issue that we have is that each call is very dynamic. And so we go and we'll treat, we're kind of like a mobile emergency room in a sense. So like Chief said, that we will call in advance. So we're highly trained. We have the technology. And so what we'll do is we'll look at the situation. We'll pre-call the hospital to get the teams ready that we currently need. Our response times from the scene to the hospital, again, are very dynamic. It's dynamic to get there because traffic changes, conditions change to and from the hospital. So we just take all that information into play. Our goal is to stabilize, recognize, and transport. And we do that as efficiently and as possible.
All right, well, thank you for that. I think that pretty much answers my question, and thank you for your service, both of you. I wanted to also then thank my colleagues who have asked questions about the seal tunnel, because I have been putting staff through their paces and asking a lot of those questions the last couple of days, and I'm glad that that's come out. I don't need to revisit it other than to say, because it is already part of our grade set planning, and because the intersection is dangerous now, and because it would be helpful, whether or not we close, but certainly if we close Churchill, I just hope we can do everything in our power to move that quickly, but I understand it's got all of these issues that have been described, and it's not something that we can expect to happen in the next couple of years. So thank you for lifting that up. I just want to chime in on the funding the trained monitoring staff at the crossings because of the deterrent effect. When the doctor from the Jed Foundation said, we need to do all the things, I think this is something that is, while in some ways it's a visible reminder that's not pleasant, the fact is it's also a real public statement that we care about this. And it's been shown to be, as far as we can tell, effective. It is hard to prove that one way or another, but certainly we have not seen these suicides when we've had that happen. So I think, to me, that's something I'd very much like to do and to continue. Then I wanted to ask, I was just curious for those who have been more deeply into this. I know we have had these listening sessions, we've had some training, and what I mean now is that the Jed Foundation has conducted. So now I'm talking about mental health trainings and other things. Have we, and I believe there have been some parent trainings, have we, so the teacher of a couple of my children mentioned a child psychologist and helping us know what to say to children. Has that been part of the various mental health experts? I'm sort of looking around the room because I don't know who all would know the answer to that.
Let's see, I see our Deputy City Manager stepping up, so go ahead.
Awkwardly behind you. Good evening. We also have Director Kristen O'Kane on the line who may be able to add something to it. The purpose of the You Can Help sessions that the Jed Foundation hosted was really intentionally giving language to both young people. They did one focused on youth, and then they did another one focused for parents, where they're really trying to normalize some of the language in terms of things that you would often hear, some of how you started the meeting actually, Mayor Vinker, as well as offering information for how to help someone that could be in crisis or could be showing signs of potential additional need related to mental health. And so that's one of the many trainings that they've done. They've also been working with the school district, especially since February, and they have hosted 1 or 2 parent sessions as well, offering the same type of information. So that holistic approach of trying to expand our ability to help individuals is part of the work that we're doing with JED.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining that. All right, I have one more thing, but I'm going to hold off because I see some other lights, and I'll get to it next time. So, who chimed in first? We don't know which one of you signed in first, so I will call on Councilmember Rechnall.
Yeah, I think this will be pretty quick. Chief Lindsay, I want a follow-up question about the 15 seconds. this is for, it says first arriving units in the immediate area. And so what area, you looked at Southgate, or did you expand it larger than that?
I don't have the specific polygon in front of me right now, but when we sent out the data to the software analysis team, we looked at the area both on the east and the west side of the Alma. And with that, we looked at all the calls over the last 5 years, like we mentioned before. And the first arriving unit, and that is specific to urgent calls, and I wanted to highlight that as well, because I didn't mention that before, but that's 911 lights and sirens responses. We do have service responses as well, where we don't travel with lights and sirens. It's things like somebody that's locked out of, their car, or something that happened that, maybe there's somebody inside they're trying to get to. They're not necessarily a medical or a fire emergency, but it is an urgent matter that we might have tools to help with. And so that happens, and that was not in the 15-second analysis.
Okay, and the 15 seconds is the average, and we usually use 90th percentile. So the 90th percentile performance change?
Yes, so the 90th percentile performance change, I don't think we have the specific numbers available right now, but we could come back with those if you need that.
Because 15 seconds strikes me as very small. And at 30 miles per hour, that's only 200 yards.
And that was the distance between, I think, like Chief McNally mentioned, between Station 3 and Station 6, where there were some instances where Station 6 would travel to the other side of Alma because they were considered nearest in what we call AVL, automatic vehicle location. And in this case, that instance would no longer be an opportunity. And so we would have to route the Embarcadero engine to those calls based on historical data. And the 15 seconds is an average, so it's a variation of that.
So we don't know what the tail is happening.
And that's not looking at the traffic impacts from Office of Transportation. That's just the conditions from the last 5 years based on, historical data.
Okay, but you do have the capability of looking at the 90th percentile?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to stick with numbers for a second, not the 15 seconds, but the 8,000 cars. I'd love to know the denominator. When we're thinking about 8,000, how big is that? What percentage, what proportion of the daily volume of vehicles traveling in our city is that? Or is there a different way to come up with a denominator, but some way to get a sense of what, how big a number is that 8,000?
Let's see, I'll test our transportation staff. Perhaps the specific question would be, do we have an estimate on the number of vehicles currently on Embarcadero or Oregon Expressway?
Councilmember, the count on Embarcadero from 2016 was 26,000, and we believe they may be in the same vicinity today. But that's on Embarcadero, and Alma carries about 20,000, 18 to 20,000.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bhatia. And Oregon?
I can look into that one. I don't remember off my head on that.
Did you say Alma was how many? 20,000? 18 to 20?
18 to 20,000 on Alma, and 25 to 26,000 on Embarcadero.
So as an order of magnitude, Councilmember, let's say Embarcadero, if half of the traffic went to Embarcadero, that's about a 15% increase.
Yeah.
And at the same time, Embarcadero is closer than Oregon, so it could be more than half. So it's 15, let's say 15 to 20.
Thank you.
If you were to look for a order of magnitude.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. And then Ms. Cotton-Gaines, if you're still here, I can't see around the corner. I'm a big fan of Jed. Glad they're here, glad they're doing all these workshops for parents, for community, working with Project Safety Net, working with youth. How many people are attending these sessions? Because I think we have been leading a horse to water.
Great question. We have 2 listening sessions this week, one coming tomorrow as well as one on Sunday. Our signups for both of those sessions have been much better than other ones that we've had. I believe we have over 30 folks signed up for the session tomorrow. These are young people ages 13 to 30. And on Sunday, I believe we're somewhere around 15 to 20. We're waiting for consent forms, so the number that signs up doesn't count until we get the consent forms. When they were here in person in March, our numbers were a little lower. It was an opportunity to sort of dig deeply with the individuals that attended, but a lot of those sessions were a smaller group of individuals that did come.
Like how many?
Off the top of my head,
Less than 10?
I think we were around 10 plus or minus for each.
Okay, thank you. This is nobody's fault. I'm not trying to point any blame, but rather to say the challenge. We can talk all we want about how important it is to address youth suicide, suicidal ideation, and so on. People are busy. There's lots of stuff going on. It's hard to promote things in a way that everyone's going to see. And it's important that we all continue to drum up these events and get more people participating in them to get the training they need so that they themselves can be more of a first responder on the ground, you know, when somebody's in crisis.
Absolutely, and we actually tried something a little different for the 2 sessions this week in terms of using some of our comms team's recommendations. I think we may have even paid for some of advertising, trying to get the word out a little bit more. And so that is something that we learned between last time and this time that we think has paid dividends and that we would explore for future sessions as well. This is the listening sessions that are this week, and so obviously for the ones that are more training and workshops, we would want to try that and see if it also works for those, but we're seeing positive results for this week's.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay. So as I've been busy trying to digest all of this great information and work, so I was reading the reports last night and became curious about an approach that I didn't hear much about, and there may be good reasons, and so I'm going to ask the question and see what response I got, because I'm curious for those who've been thinking and working harder on this, you know, what their reaction is, or whether they've just missed it for some reason I don't understand. And I didn't have a chance today to really dig more deeply into it, but I do want to not go home without having asked. So we're essentially being asked to choose between closing the crossing completely all of the time or not closing the crossing at any time. And, you know, ideally, we would keep people off the tracks when a train is present and allow cars, bikes, and pedestrians to cross the tracks when there's not a train present. But right now, if we allow cars to cross the tracks, we can't keep people off the tracks. So that's why we're kind of faced with this choice. So what I'm wondering is whether we could find a way to have a barrier when the car is there, when the train is there, and not have it when the train is not there. And I know that's somewhat aspirational, but we're thinking anew about this whole thing. I'm wondering if there is just some way we could do that. And I know, I first thought about, well, could we have sliding gates that come across on both sides and just sort of keep people and cars and everything when there's a train, you do it before it got there, and then they slide back and it's open. So it's sort of intermittently closed. So not intermittently in terms of times a day, but, and I know there's a lot of trains that go through there. So that's one, but it's kind of like, there is an enhanced version of the arms. So I know some time ago, Councilmember Burt actually showed me where you put a skirt on the arms that come down. Now those you might be able to get around, but if there were sliding walls, it seems to me those would be harder. And I'm wondering if we could almost have our cake and eat it too. So I know there may be some significant concerns about that. So I was just poking around just a little bit last night, and I stumbled upon something that at first I thought was just sort of an outdated gate system. I watched this video on YouTube, and I watched it again, and I decided it's worth just asking about, because maybe it'll even inspire us to think differently about this. So I sent this YouTube link to the clerk, and it's just a short few-second video, but I don't show it quite yet, because what you're about to see, it's not new and nifty, but it's kind of elegant, The video itself is like 10 years old. This is from Ireland. And it shows a gate in Ireland that probably been there for quite some time. So that's not, Silicon Valley slick. But okay, why don't you show them what they do somewhere in Ireland? Called a rowan. So it's a little slow, but the train is coming. You can stop it. I think people get the idea. But yeah. So what I like about it is it prevents access to the tracks when there's no train, because it literally blocks it across. And then it sweeps out to close the crossing in all 4 quadrants before a train arrives. And so there's a lot to like about it, because, if we, it's the kind of thing that sort of like the track watchers, if we piloted it at one intersection, it could be done at all 4. I mean, we can't close all 4 crossings because we have to be able to get across town. But you could do something like that. And I'm sure in modern day we could come up with a sleeker, better version that would fit our crossing. But it just illustrates one approach that could give us the benefits of both closing off the tracks when a train is there and allowing traffic across when there's no train. So, there may be federal law that limits it, or I'm sure Caltrain may have some concerns about something that goes across its tracks. But, and so I'm curious about that. But I know you're installing the pressure pads and looking at other changes, and we'd have to put up fencing for if we closed it off. This is almost like a moving fence. So I'm just curious if those kinds of solutions have been looked at, if they could be looked at. It just seems to me like it's something I wanted to raise and ask about. So I don't know to whom to ask.
Well, again, perhaps I'll take a first crack at it, and our Caltrain representative, happy to invite you to speak, and there may be other perspectives you need to consult with. I would share that in our both staff evaluation as well as discussion with Caltrain and the ad hoc committee, that a fundamental premise that has been really important and you've heard throughout is we're treating this as an emergency. And as such, we are looking for actions that can be taken immediately. And that had led to the consideration of whether it be time of day or other methods of dynamically managing the crossing that recognized that those would be counter to, or those would add complexity that would limit our ability to move quickly on an action. And that has been a fundamental gating factor in terms of the issues and the options that are brought forward to you to this point. That said, I think you see in our report, and you've heard from Caltrain, a continuing interest in wanting to look at other options and certainly pursue them as they may be possible, including the anti-trespass mats as an example of something that Caltrain has put in really as quickly as they could. So again, I think we've got a good partner there that is interested in doing innovative things where it can be implemented and really only limited by the regulatory environment in which you operate, as well as the practical applications that affect timeliness.
So I'll just add a couple of things, and Navi Dhaliwal will add her comments as well. So in terms of the effectiveness of the types of gates that you were describing, I think the key issue is we're trying to eliminate the porosity of this space to pedestrians and to anybody. And so having those kind of gates that are moving, it doesn't really address the issue of, like, they're still porous. And so somebody could potentially be within that area, get into that area and wait for the gates to move. The other thing, I think, in terms of the speed, expediting the process, I think introducing novel approaches that that staff from the different regulatory agencies may not have encountered, that may also affect their ability to expedite their reviews as well. And did you want to add anything?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ria. At this time, what we understand, because this has been something that's been brought to our attention, the skirts and the sliding wall types of treatments are not widely tested or deployed in our operating environment and could introduce operational, maintenance, and safety risks. And so any alternative treatment to Ed and Ria's point would require a formal hazard risk assessment and coordination with our regulatory partners to ensure that really treatment performs reliably under real world conditions. So based on our current understanding, these treatments would introduce constraints that would make it difficult to pursue at this time, right? And I think the timely execution of this is really critical in terms of alternatives that you were looking at today. But as many of you are familiar, I just wanted to note and point out, because I had the opportunity to speak to you all and as an opportunity to speak with members of the public, that we did just recently install a number of safety improvements at our crossings in Palo Alto, including baseline improvements that we've identified as solar markers, delineators, and then we've also piloted advanced safety enhancements like anti-trespass panels, as well as the anti-intrusion technology. And so I think this is a real opportunity for us to understand how these improvements and enhancements are working at the crossings, and then really looking as, Caltrain, how can we really make safety here in Palo Alto, improve it, but also improve it along the corridor. And so I'm happy to take this back to our chief safety officer as an innovation that we can, further research and understand.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. I think with respect to the porosity, certainly the sliding gates that kind of open fully and don't block off the tracks, very porous. Certainly the skirts, very porous. The thing about this is if it's blocking off the tracks when the train goes, and then it kind of sweeps out to block off the crossing, it's a little porous. If you get it just right, if you dart into it, would be hard. It's pretty much more effective than anything I had seen, even though it's old, which is why I bothered to bring it tonight. And I would be grateful if you would look into it, because I guess the thing is, I appreciate everything you said and that the city manager said about speed and unfamiliarity and et cetera, but we're trying here, I think Councilmember Liu articulated it really well. We're trying to quantify and weigh different safety trade-offs. We don't want to make the city safer in one way only to make it less safe in another way. And we're having real trouble quantifying and balancing these. If we could pull off something like this, we wouldn't have to give up either. We could literally block off access to the tracks almost always, except for that little bit of time. And yet we wouldn't have to worry about the ambulances and police and all of that. So I realize it's somewhat aspirational, and maybe it's even something, if the length of time would take longer, we would bridge to somehow. But I just think it's something worth talking about, but I'm sure there's more thoughts and comments, because I'm sure something I just stumbled on isn't the answer, but it might lead to one if we pursued this conversation. So thank you. Okay, Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, first, following up on the mayor's question on whether there is a next generation of technologies that may complement what we're already doing. I think that there are ones that would be good, and we don't know how good. Hadn't seen this latest one. The skirts that are attached to the arms require quad gates, so it would have to be in conjunction with the quiet zone when quad gates will be installed. And how secure they are, we don't know. I'm actually going to be inspecting some of those in England this summer. The Caltrain has adopted now, as a result of a couple of us on the board pushing it over the last 2 years, a corridor-wide safety best practices program. And we expect that we'll be adding some additional measures as we learn them. Navi was correct, though, that new technologies will need additional CPUC approvals because they just don't have a track record. Doesn't mean we can't do it. It's just a little more of a hurdle. And if they're already established overseas, then that diminishes that. It doesn't eliminate the fact that this, I believe, would be the first in the States. But Caltrain's interested in whatever we come up as best practices, doing it through the whole corridor. So it's not just a one-off. We are the pilot, but it's throughout the corridor. There are also questions about the training. And actually, back a dozen years ago, plus or minus, we had a pretty strong training program by the city, volunteers, even to some extent in the schools, of QPR training, which is question, persuade, refer. And it's a very good training program. Whether it's that one, Jed has one that they've done recently that seem not quite tuned to our circumstance, but still valuable. And so this whole initiative of training, particularly parent ed and student ed, is very important. And it's one of those bigger picture components that I think is real valuable. I did want to note, there was discussion about the seal tunnel, but if there was a permanent closure at Churchill, Churchill may be the preferred location for the bike and ped tunnel. Problem is that we couldn't do that construction before closing Churchill. So you'd have a period of time without that, and those would be trade-offs to consider. Lastly, I wanted to ask the city manager, he had mentioned the question of whether we want to authorize him to pursue or execute the contract for the Embarcadero North Side improvements. What would be the process tonight? Because I'm supportive of that.
Yes, I think we are figuring that out, to be quite frank. And at the same time, if there's an indication from City Council that you would like us to proceed with that, effectively what we're requesting is, say, bypassing our typical procurement process.
Might I offer that maybe we could get it on consent?
Next week.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
And, yeah. Great. And
that may be tight, but let's see what we can do.
And based on preliminary endorsement, I'm seeing a lot of heads nodding, so I think that's affirmative. Good.
Very
good.
Okay,
thank you. And then the other thing that a couple of us spoken on is an interest in discussions with PAUSD to extend the guards beyond the single year, which I think we had assumed would probably be the case, but we really haven't affirmed that, and to move that ball forward. And if I'm seeing nodding heads again, so good, thank you.
Councilmember Lowing. Didn't think you did, was it inadvertent light?
Yeah, this is the one that comes on by the knee.
Oh, right, that was the case last year.
Yeah, as long as I have the mic. I was going to ask, would you just, as it goes on consent, will we just swap out CIPs? The new one for the old one?
It may largely be accelerating the funding, but also it's the contracting authority in particular that would be the time-critical action. But staff will work on it and see what we can do.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I've seen no further lights right now, so I think that we're at a point where all of this information we may want to let marinate a bit, but I want to see if my colleagues have anything else they want to add. I'm getting nodding heads. I got two nodding heads this way. Are we marinating? Okay. Okay, they're nodding off. Oh, good. So I think at this point we should continue this item until a date certain, May 11th. We have reserved space on our agenda so that we can hopefully get all our questions answered, come back and make a decision at that point, because we know this is urgent, but it also has to be thoughtful. So I want to thank all the staff for sticking around late tonight, for all the work that you did to get us to here, and looks like staff may have something more to say before we adjourn. No? Okay. The next steps. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for watching my video. I'll see if I can find another one for next time. No, thank you all. This was an important meeting to have, and we are adjourned.